Chapter 436. It was dawn, and the sun had yet to rise. It was the coolest time of the day in Estapo, which was only about 15 degrees Celsius. Estapo Peninsula, 5 kilometers west of the city, in a brickyard by the sea. With the encouragement of the Dragon Queen, Pogba, the skinny man, pushed out a handcart used by workers to transport mud bricks from the factory. There was a thick layer of yellow and dry rice straw piled on the handcart. Among the straw, there were 8 jars the size of pineapples, 4 brown clay jars, and 4 transparent glass jars. Of the 4 glass jars, 2 were half filled with a green liquid, while the other 2 were full without a single bubble. Wildfire. Pogba slowly pushed the handcart out of the factory and came to the red brick steps where the mud bricks were being dried. Well, the process of baking red bricks was rather complicated. One had to first dig out sticky mud, then mix coal ash in the mud. After pressing the mud into the mold and cutting it into mud bricks, they couldn't immediately be sent into the kiln. The mud bricks must be dried in an open, ventilated area. They must not be exposed to the sun. They must be covered with a layer of waterproof linoleum, and then covered with a layer of sunscreen grass curtains over the linoleum. The mud bricks couldn't be casually placed on the ground. Red bricks had to be used to build steps that were a palm's width above the ground to prevent the bottom layer of bricks from being soaked by water when it rained. Because of this, there were rows of red brick steps that were 1 meter wide and 100 meters long outside the brickyard. When the mud bricks were dried and hardened, they would be transported into the kiln and stacked together. A layer of coal would be sprinkled on top of them, and the kiln door would be sealed. The kiln would then be lit up from the coal filler above. At this moment, a portion of the mud bricks had been transported away, leaving a long row of red brick steps outside the factory. Well, it wasn't all empty. There were 7 1-meter wide and 2-meter long mud brick walls that separated them into single rooms that were 10 meters apart. Under everyone's gazes, Pogba had the solemn expression of a bomb disposal expert. He moved gently, but his movements were swift as he moved the jars out of the handcart and placed them on the red brick steps. Perhaps it was because Pogba often practiced his ultimate skill of protection, fire walk, but he was very fast. In just half a minute, he had placed 8 jars on the separated steps. However, this was not the end. Instead, the expression on Pogba's face became even more serious. It was as though he had reached the critical moment of cutting the red line or the blue line. He took out a 30-centimeter tall bronze tripod from the handcart. There was a net under the tripod. At the entrance of the factory, under the eaves, Master Wood looked at the sky and saw a red sun rising in the east. He was very anxious and could not help but shout, "Hurry up, the sun is coming out." Pogba also raised his head and looked towards the east. A layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. His movements became even faster, and at the same time, he became more cautious. He first put the jar in the net and then gently hung the net under the tripod. There were a total of 4 tripods, 4 jars, 2 glass jars, and 2 clay jars. Then, he connected a long rope to the jar and led the rope to the side, the mud brick wall 2 meters away. Yes, there were rows of steps made of dry mud bricks, with a distance of 2 meters between each other, making it convenient for handcarts to move in and out. On the stairs next to where the jars were placed, there was still a 1.3-meter tall brick wall that had not been moved away. However, the flammable linoleum and straw curtain on the mud brick wall had been lifted and thrown aside. 4 fire mages with brown ointment on their faces, plate armor on their bodies, and iron helmets on their heads stood behind the mud brick wall. They took the rope from Master Pogba's hands with an expression of facing death with equanimity. Phew, this time, Pogba breathed a sigh of relief. The solemn expression on his face became relaxed. "Your Majesty, it's done." He ran under the eaves and reported to the Dragon Queen on the armchair with a smile. "Then let's get started." Danny waved her hand, and the fire mages hiding behind the mud brick wall began to pull the rope rhythmically. On the red brick stairs across the mud path, four jars hanging under the tripod swayed gently. There were people standing on both sides of the queen's chair. In addition to the 50 fire mages, there were also a dozen scholars. Even White Knight, Old Yamant, Larissa, Tyrion, Little Aegon, Clinton, and others were looking up. The red sun gradually rose, and the red morning glow turned into golden morning light. The temperature slowly rose. Tyrion's nose was sweating. He said nervously, "Isn't it a little too much? One jar can hold 4 to 5 pounds of wildfire." "What's too much?" "This kind of small jar is already the smallest kerosene bomb of the Megalosaurus bomber. You haven't seen the giant bomb I used when I took over Dragonstone Island. It was about the size of a water tank. It could even be used as a bathtub for you," Dany said casually. "Wildfire is not kerosene. It's dozens of times stronger than kerosene," Tyrion emphasized. "If it's not stronger than kerosene, why would I waste so much effort to torment it? If I reduce the amount of wildfire and let the wildfire jar burn with the same effect as the kerosene jar, I might as well use kerosene directly. At least it's safer." Tyrion was speechless. At this time, the little devil changed her clothes. She was wearing a gold-framed t-shirt with a black dragon embroidered on the chest. In the past few days, although Dragon Queen did not participate in Klein's trial, she was not idle either. She formed the Royal Megalosaurus Mage Guild and built wildfire refinery bases in Astapor and Meereen. She also went to Meereen, Kayuan, and Astapor to participate in a few great leap forward in agricultural production. She reformed the centaur tactics and changed the breed of cattle and horses. She also made adjustments to the government at Slave Bay. She was very busy, so busy that she did not have time to interact with Nephew Gu. While optimizing the authority of the government, Dany also made changes to the official titles. She established a 7th-rank official title system and unified the government's uniforms. The black dragon pattern on the little devil's t-shirt was actually a patch. Just like the beast in human clothing of the ancient officials in China, the civil officials' uniforms used birds as patches to show their virtue. The military officials' uniforms used ferocious beasts as patches to show the military officials' prestige. She had to admit that compared to the beast in human clothing court meetings, the Western country's casual wear of the government meetings was a few levels lower in class. It looked more like the grandpas and aunties in a street mahjong house. Furthermore, the king did not even have an exclusive dragon robe. In the future, Dany, who became the empress of the world, would collect a gold coin, a copper pot, and an iron sword from various cities and melt them to create a throne. She hoped that when she sat on the throne, it would not be a messy market below, but a solemn, well-dressed, orderly civil and military officials. Therefore, she first unified the officials' uniforms. The 7th-rank officials had a red dragon, the 6th-rank officials had a golden dragon, the 5th-rank officials had a green dragon, the 4th-rank officials had a white dragon, the 3rd-rank officials had a black dragon, the 2nd-rank officials had a dark red 3-headed dragon, Targaryen's previous clan emblem, and the 1st-rank officials had a 5-colored dragon with its head and tail connected. Originally, Little Green and Little White were neck and neck. However, after following Dany to the Westeros, there were thrills and rewards. Little White became a magic dragon. As such, Little Green became the 3rd. Little Gold was the 4th, and Little Red was the 5th. Of course, Dragon Queen did not forbid the civilians from wearing clothes with the Megalosaurus pattern, but they were not allowed to completely imitate the government officials. At least, they were not allowed to add a 7-pointed star embroidered with gold borders around the Megalosaurus pattern. The little demon was wearing a t-shirt with a black dragon embroidered on it, which meant that he had become the Dragon Queen's subordinate. He had even recommended himself to the Queen that day. He had professional experience in the hand of the king, and Slave Bay was currently lacking a prime minister, so why not just put up with it? Then, he was mocked by the Dragon Queen and had a miserable life. Although he failed to apply for the hand of the king, the Dragon Queen also took pity on his talent. The little demon had used wildfire to turn the tables in the Battle of Blackwater Bay and defeated the second most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms, Stannis, with an absolute disadvantage. It could be said that Tyrion was the only person in the world who had used wildfire on a large scale in war and won. After the Megalosaurus became extinct, Targaryen had also funded the Alchemy Guild to create a steel Megalosaurus that could shoot wildfire, preparing to use the Iron Dragon to deal with the Dornies. In the end, the Iron Dragon that was equipped with wildfire self-destructed midway. Therefore, in the field of wildfire, Tyrion was really a rare talent in the world. Emperor Dany knew how to make use of people and specially created an official position for him, General of Wildfire, responsible for supervising the refinement, storage, and transportation of wildfire. Today, General of Wildfire Tyrion accompanied the Dragon Queen and began to test the stability of wildfire. Look, the wildfire in the bottle is boiling. Suddenly, little Aegon pointed at the shaking bottle of water in the distance and shouted in horror. Be careful, the wildfire is about to explode. Tyrion's pupils contracted as he shouted at the fire mage behind the mud wall. Glug glug glug, under the sunlight, the glass bottle that was being pulled by a rope released green bubbles. The bubbles grew from the size of a rice grain to the size of a broad bean, then rapidly expanded to the size of an egg. Boom! From the sound of it, it sounded like a grenade had been detonated. Looking at the fire, green flames that were 4 to 5 meters tall suddenly rose under the bright sunlight. The ground and brick walls nearby were covered in green flames. The effect was like a barrel of oil that weighed hundreds of kilograms suddenly exploding. The enchanting green flames were clearly extremely hot, setting off waves of heat, but in the eyes of the crowd, it did not make them feel warm. They only felt a chill in their hearts. This is magic fire. Little Aegon's face turned pale. Targaryen is afraid of fire. Dany glanced at him and said calmly. Little Aegon was stunned. He stood up straight, puffed out his chest, and said firmly, I'm not afraid. Looking at the panic in his eyes, then looking at Tyrion's deeply hidden excitement, Dany had a strange expression. Targaryens are not afraid of fire, but they should be rational when dealing with wildfire, old Ymont said justly. His gaze was complicated. When he saw the wildfire, he could not help but think of his elder brother who drank the wildfire, Devil Aeron. What's the temperature? Dany looked at the ironclad fire mage who ran back and asked. Yes, the shockwave from the explosion of the wildfire bottle was very strong. It caused the thick mud bricks 2 meters away to shake a few times, but they did not collapse. The fire mage who was pulling the rope had completed his task and ran back. 25 draconic degrees. The fire mage's face was filled with fear. Your Majesty, it's too scary. It exploded at 25 draconic degrees. The highest temperature in Astapor is 45 draconic degrees. 45 draconic degrees is the ground temperature. The highest temperature is only about 32 draconic degrees, a scholar said. Remember, intense shaking, direct sunlight, 25 draconic degrees is the critical point, Dany instructed. Immediately, a scholar picked up a pen and started writing on the document. A thermometer was not difficult to make. Back in the Ming Dynasty, Galileo had invented the first thermometer. It was very simple. It was a glass tube connected to a glass ball at the bottom. It was also open, so the error was relatively large. Not long after the first thermometer appeared, an accurate thermometer that could measure the temperature of the human body was invented. Simply put, the invention of a thermometer required a flash of inspiration, not technology. As long as they could forge a glass tube, technology was enough. Chapter 437. In this world, even stargazing mirrors could be made. Measuring cylinders and measuring cups were standard equipment for scholars. The technology to make thermometers was already sufficient. Therefore, when Dany needed it, she only needed to ask the glassmaker to experiment a few times to make a very accurate mercury thermometer. In fact, not long after she took down Astapor, she invented the thermometer. Because she knew that the long night was coming, she needed to know when the long night would come. She arranged for scholars to record the temperature for 24 hours in a day and draw 24 curves on the x-axis time, y-axis temperature coordinate chart. She could roughly calculate the trend of temperature change. If the data changed linearly, she could even predict the arrival of the long night in advance when the lowest temperature was below zero. It was a perfect plan. However, the temperature recording team had been established for 2 years. The 24 curves fluctuated almost on a horizontal line, which meant that the temperature in Slave Bay did not change much. Of course, it was not completely ineffective. In the past 2 months, the lowest temperature had been decreasing. There was only one point. According to the current rate of temperature decrease, it would be difficult to see snow in Slave Bay in the next 2 years. Well, in the past few thousand years, it had never snowed in Slave Bay. As for the dragon degrees, the temperature was calibrated with Celsius because the first scientist who proposed the standard temperature was surnamed Celsius. Obviously, Dani did not need to use Celsius in this world. Otherwise, she would be annoyed to death just by explaining who Celsius was. The calibrating temperature was also very simple. Mixing ice and water was 0 degrees, boiling water was 100 degrees. Boom! About half an hour later, the second green flame rose. This time, it was the glass bottle that exploded. It was the half bottle of wildfire placed on the red brick steps. 28 degrees, no violent shaking, but it receives direct sunlight. The third jar that exploded was a shaking clay pot. It was half a bottle of wildfire, 30 degrees. The fourth was a clay pot placed on the stone steps. It was half a bottle of wildfire, 39 degrees. Fortunately, the critical temperature is 39 degrees, and the highest temperature in the cellar is only 31 dragon degrees. Wizard would breathe a sigh of relief. Hee, 39 degrees, very close to human body temperature. It won't explode when the person is not in the cellar. But if the wizard stays in there for too long. Tyrion sneered. Are you stupid? Hang a thermometer on the wall. When the temperature rises to 25 degrees, stop making wildfire. When the temperature approaches 30 degrees, everyone evacuates the cellar. What danger can there be? Dani asked. If there's no danger, why don't you become the wildfire general yourself? Motherfucker, general of the wildfire, it sounded scary. This was probably the scariest position in the history of the human kingdoms, right? Tyrion glanced at the dragon queen from the corner of his eye, cursing in his heart. At this point, all that was left were full of wildfire without oxygen, 2 clay pots and 2 glass bottles. 1 clay pot and 1 glass bottle were still shaking, and the other 2 were quietly placed on the red brick steps. The glass bottle was directly hit by the sunlight, while the clay pot blocked the sunlight, but it did not explode. It's already past noon. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. It's almost the hottest time of the day. The outdoor temperature is 39 degrees Fahrenheit, the indoor temperature is 30 degrees, and the ground temperature is 45 degrees. The wildfire is still stable. Pogba cheered loudly. Ah, we've finally found the perfect way to transport the wildfire. The other fire mages were also very excited. The effect of isolating the air is so good. The wildfire can really be used on a large scale in the war with the Allies, Tyrion said in surprise. Isn't that natural? Dani's expression was calm, but there was an obvious sense of superiority in her tone. The wildfire is also a kind of fuel. Any fuel needs air to burn. After saying that, she stood up, clapped her hands, and said, the test is over. Let's go back to the city and celebrate, bo-bo-bo-bo-um. It was as if a Tomahawk cruise missile had exploded in their ears. No, not 1, but 4 in a very short period of time. The nearest glass bottle was 30 meters away from the factory, but the shockwave not only blew the tiles on the roof into a mess, it also sent everyone tumbling a few times. The silk clothes on their bodies exploded in the shockwave. Especially Tyrion, his legs were deformed and weak. Like a rubber ball, he rolled a few times on the ground. The black dragon t-shirt that represented a rank 3 official was tattered. The loose silk pants on his lower body were nowhere to be seen, revealing 2 short, fluffy legs that were disproportionately short. Even the burly Mormont, who was fully armored, had his cloak torn. He took 3 steps back and supported the old man Ymont, whose grey robe had fallen apart. On the other hand, Dragon Queen's performance shocked everyone. The violent shockwave was like a river that met a reef, and it split into 2 sides of her body. Other than her hair flying in the wind, she, who was only wearing light leather armor and chain mail, did not move in the wind. This is not scientific. Tyrion was lying on top of a fire mage when he heard Dragon Queen's exasperated shout. He did not know what science was. At this moment, he only wanted to curse, "I'm going to resign and let the deviant ghost be this stupid, wildfire general!" How can it burn without air? It's not magic. There are no strong magic waves under the sun. Why did it suddenly explode? Dragon Queen's voice was getting farther and farther away. She quickly ran towards the center of the explosion. In the strange green flames, there were still 2 fire mages struggling in it. Tyrion struggled to turn over, but there was someone below him, and he did not know who was above him. There were also people on both sides. He could not move even if he wanted to. His consciousness gradually returned. His nerves became sensitive again, and the feeling on his skin became clearer. His squirming body suddenly froze. Little Tyrion was being held in someone's hand. There were only 2 women at the scene, the Dragon Queen and her mage apprentice. The queen had run away, then, it had to be that black girl. Tyrion turned his head in anticipation. In the next moment, a basin of ice water was poured over his heart. It was cold, and his body felt uncomfortable as if caterpillars were crawling all over it. He did not see the short-haired Larissa's black face. It was a face that had seen the vicissitudes of life with her eyes tightly shut and a few deep crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. John Clinton. That's right, he had always been standing with Clinton and little Aegon. He was still far away from the black girl. Hey, Sir Clinton, wake up. Tyrion's face was red. He twisted his body with all his might, and with great effort, he finally broke free from the other party's rough hands. Little Aegon, who was on top of Tyrion, heard the little devil's cry. He turned his head and saw the back of Clinton's head bleeding profusely. It seemed like he had hit a brick. Godfather, Sir Clinton, Godfather. Aegon shouted in panic. Ugh. Clinton was a tough guy after all. He quickly opened his eyes in a daze. Suddenly, he felt the warmth on his right hand. The confusion in his eyes instantly disappeared, and was replaced by panic and anxiety. Don't pinch, sir, it's me. Tyrion screamed. 7 levels of hell. Clinton shouted in horror, and immediately broke free from the pile of limbs with his right hand. As expected, the deerskin glove that he had been wearing was gone. Ouch, get up, you're crushing me. The skinny Pogba's groan came from under Tyrion's butt. Oh. Little Aegon woke up with a start. He quickly got up and wanted to help his godfather up first. Don't worry about me. Clinton avoided his godson's pull with his right hand as if he was avoiding the plague. He struggled to sit up and found the glove that had fallen off not far away. He staggered over, picked it up and put it on. Damn it! My clothes are torn. The little devil covered his crotch and wailed. He was still all right. There were only a few holes in his t-shirt, and there were still a few pieces of fabric clinging to his body, covering his private parts. A few of the fire mages with loose robes were naked, not a single piece of clothing was on them. The shock wave was too strong. Other than Mormont, who was wearing armor, Clinton, and Aegon, who were wearing light leather armor, almost none of their clothes were intact. 7 gods above, the explosion of wildfire is so powerful. The ragged Ymont said in horror. Fortunately, Jorah Mormont was in front of him and helped to resist most of the impact. Otherwise, the old man would not have felt good. Looking at the roof that had been blown away by more than half of the tiles, looking at the people who were in a complete mess, and then looking at the flames that had almost formed a sea of green dozens of meters away, not even the shadow of the dragon girl could be seen. Tyrion shuddered. 4 jars, he hissed. 4 jars, he said. 1 full jar must have weighed at least 8 pounds of wildfire. 4 jars would have weighed 32 pounds, and they were exposed to the sun for so long. Damn it! I should have thought of it. When I was at the King's Landing, the alchemist kept warning me not to throw more than 10 pounds of wildfire jars. I loaded a small boat with 300 pounds of wildfire, and from a dozen meters away, it overturned 2 of Stannis' warships and ignited a river that was hundreds of meters wide. Look, the flames are extinguishing. Little Aegon exclaimed. Wildfire can't burn, it won't extinguish. Tyrion was a little uncertain. The sea of green flames that stretched for dozens of meters was really disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's the Queen. Archmagewood shouted in realization. The Queen has entered the sea of flames and is controlling the flames. Ah, the wildfire is so fierce, but it can be controlled? The mages were shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Originally, the wildfire burned with green flames that were 4 to 5 meters high, blocking everyone's sight. Now, the rampant green flames were like the water in a swimming pool that had its valve opened, returning to the sea and returning to the Dragon Queen's right hand. The flames gradually decreased, and everyone saw the Dragon Queen's expression was calm as she raised her right hand. Like Moses parting the sea, wherever he went, the demonic green flames automatically avoided him. Strands of green flames were pulled away from the flames and merged into the green fireball that was the size of a basketball in her right hand. Come quickly, a few neatly dressed people, dig out Archmage Tim and Archmage Duncan. Dany said. Even the roof that was dozens of meters away was blown away, and the mud brick wall that acted as a firewall naturally collapsed. The 2 fire mages who were hiding behind the mud brick wall and pulling the rope were crushed inside by the broken bricks, and even the green wildfire splashed onto their armor. If Dany hadn't come quickly, they would have been burned to ashes. In reality, even if they weren't burned to death, their organs were injured in the explosion and they spat out blood. Archmagewood walked over while holding his pants, and said with a respectful expression, Her Majesty the Queen's magic power is monstrous, to be able to control such a crazy wildfire. I wonder if you have any tricks? Save them first, I'll give a magic lecture in 2 days and teach you the truth of fire witchcraft. Dany said with the aura of a big boss. Your Majesty, can I learn? Tyrion heard from afar and was about to run over to ask, but was stopped by Clinton. Wait, let me see your dick. He said seriously. Chapter 438. Magic and the power of the gods were real. For those with extraordinary talents, magic was the blessing of the world, giving them the possibility to see the truth. But extraordinary magic was too high for ordinary people, more like a curse than a blessing. Comparison of power levels, the magic of ordinary people, extraordinary people, and the divine power of gods. The magic of extraordinary people could curse ordinary people. But in the face of the divine power of gods, even extraordinary people could not resist being contaminated. In this world, there were 5 places suspected to be contaminated by high-energy divine power: Asia, Thunder Island, the land of long summer, Valeglia, Sosros, and the heartache of the Lone River. Among them, Valeglia and the heartache of the Lone River were the most famous curses. During the cataclysm of Valeglia, the magic of gods and fire witchcraft wreaked havoc. Humans and dragons close to the center of the cataclysm were directly swallowed by the high-energy heat, and those far away were also distorted and deformed by the subsequent magic radiation. Cheyenne of the Lone River, known as the capital of festivals, was the richest and the greatest city along the Lone River. It was also the center of the Lone civilization. In the battle between Prince Jaren and the 250,000 Lone people against the Valeglia Dragon King, the Lone River was evaporated by hundreds of megalosaurus, and the prosperous city was turned into ruins. Prince Jaren was captured alive by the Valeglia people and locked in a golden cage. The Lone civilization was destroyed. The mother goddess of the Loiner people, the Loiner Mother River, made a final stand against the invaders for her people. A sudden flood in the middle of the night dragged Cheyenne and the invaders to the bottom of the river. Mutual destruction. The former capital of the Golden Plains faded from its glory and summer colors. Surrounded by fog all year round, it became a gray and damp heartache. It also became the source of the gray scale disease, and the hometown of the Stone people, victims of the disease. Gray scale disease caused the patient's skin to harden and lose the sense of pain and touch. It was covered with black and gray spots and was as hard as stone to the touch. In the late stage, the patient's tongue and lips first turned to stone and lost the ability to speak. As the day of their death approached, the other parts of their body would slowly turn to stone. In the end, they would become stone people. It was a very magical infectious disease. Well, gray scale disease was contagious and could be transmitted through touch. When they passed by the heartache, Clinton jumped into the river to save Tyrion, but unfortunately, he was scratched by the Stone people, and a finger on his right hand was infected with gray scale disease. The most effective way to check if he was infected with gray scale disease was to stab the Stone people. So Clinton took Tyrion's arm and said solemnly, "Let me see your dick." "What did you say?" Tyrion thought he was hallucinating. "Take off your pants and let me check your dick," Clinton said seriously. Tyrion shuddered violently and broke free from the other party's grip. With a pale face, he said, "You hit your head on a brick. Are you crazy?" "I." Clinton noticed the strange looks from Aegon, Ymont, and the others. His expression froze as he reached out and pulled Tyrion to the side. "I'm not crazy. This is a serious matter. You have to tell me the truth. Do you feel anything?" Noticing the seriousness in Clinton's eyes, Tyrion forced himself not to break free again. "How do you feel?" he asked in a low voice. "Do you still feel anything when I touched that part of your body?" Clinton asked seriously. Tyrion's back broke out in a cold sweat. He widened his eyes and looked at Clinton's bold and square face in horror. His calves were trembling. You, what do you mean?" he asked weakly. "Let me ask you. Do you still feel anything after I touched your dick?" Clinton had just explained when Tyrion retracted his arm in horror. Clinton was anxious. He walked over impatiently and pressed Tyrion's head with his right hand. His left hand reached out to, "Don't struggle. Let me pinch you again. See if you still feel anything," he said in a low voice. Suddenly, Tyrion remembered a rumor he had heard at King's Landing. Renly and the Night of Flowers were nothing. Back then, John Clinton and Riga, 7 levels of hell. Go pinch the balls of the other ghosts. Tyrion was furious. He pulled back his hand and kicked Clinton's right hand that was reaching for his crotch. "Get lost. I'd rather cut off my dick and sell it to a wizard. I won't let you pinch it." Clinton looked thoughtful when he heard that. If he immediately cut off his wrist after noticing the abnormality and cut off the infected limb, there was a very low possibility of stopping the Grey Plague from spreading to other parts of his body. Thinking of this, he nodded with a complicated expression. "Very well. Since you have such courage, I won't force you." He was not without courage. In fact, he could still save his life by cutting off his right hand. He would definitely die if he kept his right hand. Obviously, Clinton was not even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of cutting off his hand? If it was his left hand, he would have cut it off immediately. But the infected hand was his right hand. It was his dominant hand. 80% of Clinton's power was in his right hand. He still had to lead troops to war and help little Aegon restore his country. Looking at Jaime's miserable fate after his right hand was cut off, he understood how important a dominant hand was to a swordsman. After being intimidated by Clinton, Tyrion's passion to learn fire magic decreased by half. When he walked to the front of the Dragon Queen, he saw a fire mage being dragged out of the rubble by Maul. His arm and face were charred black. He was still vomiting blood. It was very miserable. Looking at this pitiful fire mage, the little devil could not help but put himself in the other party's shoes. He shuddered and took half a step closer to Dany. He probed, "Your Majesty, it seems like you have failed. The temperature in Slave Bay is too hot. There is no future in starting a wildfire. Why don't we break up?" Break up. This word was very familiar. Dany looked at the little devil with the corner of her eye. She said, "It is because you have failed that you have the chance to show off your skills as a wildfire general. If you really succeeded in one try, how could you show off your ability? When we return to the city, I will give you a sum of money. Walk 5 kilometers to the west and find a deserted place to build a wildfire shooting range. The kind that you can mess around with and explode at will." The second fire mage was also dragged out. One of his legs was broken, the bone fragments poking out. Blood was gushing out. The other leg was charred black by the wildfire. The charred bones gave off the smell of barbecued pork ribs. Tyrion felt his teeth ache. It seemed like his calf was also hurting. "Why don't you replace me? My ability." "No." He was almost begging. "Fuck, I can mess around with and explode at will. Who am I going to explode? Who am I going to mess around with? You can do it. You have to have confidence." Dany patted his deformed head and encouraged him, "You can chop people up on a horse. You are a good security guard. You are a good manager. You have the most experience in storing and using wildfire in the world. You are a good technician. Wildfire general, who else but you?" Tyrion wanted to cry. "Right, you said that you want to learn fire magic from me?" Dany patted his head 3 more times. She praised him, "You are very motivated. After learning fire witchcraft, you can also personally create wildfire. It seems like you have the potential to become a scientist. Maybe you can develop a type of extremely stable wildfire. Improve wildfire. Do you think that I don't die quickly and miserably enough?" Tyrion's eyes were red. Improving wildfire is equivalent to changing the world. If the wildfire maintains its current burning value, but has the stability of kerosene, there is hope for a steam engine. You can even directly develop a wildfire engine and advance the world's civilization by 1,000 years. No, with the speed of this world's technological development, it can be advanced by 1,000,000 years. Moreover, with the efficiency and power of wildfire, it can even be used as a space fuel. If you can create a wildfire in a space vehicle, you are small, eat less, drink less, and keep flying to the moon. Maybe you can even become the first person to land on the moon. Dany became more and more excited as she spoke. Originally, she wanted to encourage, tease, Tyrion. But in the end, she was moved by the great scene she imagined. Wildfire is created through magic. If you can develop a magic formation that can create wildfire and inlay the magic formation into a wildfire engine made of steel, if the magic formation can automatically absorb the magic elements in the universe, Dany's eyes widened as she exclaimed, 7 gods above, wildfire might really be the hope for this world to transcend. Looking at the fanatical Dragon Queen, Tyrion took a few steps back in fear. 7 gods above, to be so crazy about wildfire, as expected of the Mad King's daughter. Sigh, the chance to be immortalized in history is yours. If it wasn't for the fact that I am busy with work and have such a large country to manage, I would want to become a wildfire scientist myself. Danny looked at the terrified dwarf and sighed. Why don't we switch? The little devil really wanted to say that. I can share your burden, he said tactfully. Very good. Danny said emotionally, there are too few officials as responsible as you. General Wildfire, I know that you are responsible for this accident. Dragon Queen suddenly raised her voice and immediately attracted the attention of the people around her. Tyrion's strange eyes were filled with confusion. As the General Wildfire, you underestimated the explosive power of wildfire after being exposed to direct sunlight for a long time. You mistakenly assigned a dangerous mission to the Fire Mage. Sigh, you should have arranged a sheep to pull the rope. But even if you made many mistakes, you can't ask to take all the responsibility. I am also at fault, we are all at fault. Dragon Queen sighed. When did I ask to take all the blame on myself? Tyrion was stunned. Wood, the Fire Mage's fire-repelling ointment couldn't resist the wildfire. I was a little far from the scene of the accident and couldn't rescue him in time. The mages didn't study the properties of wildfire thoroughly enough. We are all at fault. General Wildfire, you only have 60% of the responsibility at most. I just took office. Tyrion argued. Yes, you shouldn't have made such a big mistake when you just took office. But you can redeem yourself by doing good deeds. There's no need to ask to be whipped, is there? Dragon Queen looked down at him and pressed his head. You are right. Tyrion closed his eyes and said with a sigh. And so, Dragon Queen made the final judgment for this accident. General Wildfire's salary will be deducted for half a year. The two mages, Tim and Duncan, will be compensated with 5,000 gold radiance each. The rest of the mages will be compensated with 100 gold radiance for mental damage. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will recover as soon as possible and return to work as soon as possible. Tim and Duncan, who were being treated by the doctors, spat out blood and struggled to say. Chapter 439. Since the Green Saint came to complain, Klein's case had been tossed around for more than a month. Finally, it was the day of the public trial. The Hall of Justice and Mercy, on the first floor of the pyramid, was not big enough. There were too many citizens gathering around. Scholar Bao was on trial. How could they not be excited and concerned? To be honest, the idea of packaging Klein as Scholar Bao was not a brilliant one. The masses were not blind, nor were they fools. Even if they were blind, they could see the difference between the extravagant and lecherous Count Butcher and the impartial Myrine. Let's change the scene. For example, the person who assassinated John Bolton was not a Gith, and there was no son of the Harpy who formed a society to remind the new freedmen of their nightmarish slave experience. Klein dared to declare to the public that he was upright and plain-spoken, pleading for the people, but framing a villain. He would probably only be met with the ridicule of bards, singers, and the common people. But the case of the son of the Harpy was too special. It concerned the vital interests of all the freed slaves in Slaver's Bay. The son of the Invisible Woman of the Gith targeted the Dragon Queen. He was a high-ranking member of the Mother of Dragons Guard of Myrine, and the representative of the new freedmen of Myrine. His organization's program was to overthrow the current master of the new freedmen and restore the cruel slave rule of the Gith. To put it bluntly, Klein's brutal suppression of the son of the Harpy could be seen as a continuation of the class struggle. The former ruling class, the slave owners of the Gith, the former oppressed slaves, now the new freedmen. The revolutionaries. These two were too distinct and too typical of opposing classes. After taking down Myrine and Kayuan, the Dragon Queen's War of Liberation came to an end, and the class struggle began halfway, to mobilize public opinion, to use plays and songs to describe the injustice of slavery and the suffering of the slaves. In other words, to arouse the people's hatred of the former ruling class. The more they hated the slave countries of the past, the more they cherished the free countries of the present. The more they hated the slave owners of the past, the more they supported the current Dragon Queen. This kind of emotion aroused by public opinion could turn the onlookers into revolutionaries, thus strengthening the Dragon Queen's resistance to the Allied forces and the stability of her rule. Logically speaking, once the hatred was triggered, the next step would be to settle the score. The revolutionaries had both hatred and hostility in their hearts. While they were settling the score, they were also venting the hostility in their hearts. Killing many birds with one stone. Everyone did the same. However, Dragon Queen could not do it. First, her enemies were not only the guise people of Slave Bay, but also the slave owners of the whole world. In other words, the Dragon Queen was still at the stage of establishing a united front against slavery. Weak slave owners, big slave owners who sympathized with slaves, and neutral forces who only wanted to make money were all targets of the united front. Just like everyone did. If the entire world was a country, then the Dragon Queen only occupied a small county as the base of her revolution. When she really completed the unification, the united front would no longer be needed. Those who had cooperated with her before, the weak slave owners, the big slave owners who sympathized with slaves, became class enemies, the neutral forces who only wanted to make money, the free people who did not have their own opinions, became XX doctrine. In short, the Dragon Queen could not be too ruthless to the guise people. Otherwise, the slave owners of other city-states would not surrender again. Instead, they would erupt with great energy to survive when they thought they had no way out. The second reason was that when the long night came and the guise people were settled, who would come to farm for the Dragon Queen? Therefore, the Dragon Queen stopped abruptly halfway through the class war, leaving the hearts of the newly liberated free people in a state of uncertainty. At this time, Cleon came out of nowhere. Standing in the wind, pigs could also fly. Cleon stood in the wind with a pair of invisible wings. A hero met the times. In another way, he continued the next step of the class struggle. He overfulfilled the settlement of the guise people and helped the new free people vent the hostility in their hearts. Therefore, he became the righteous master in the hearts of singers, poets, and the free people of the guise people. The so-called righteous master, wasn't it just asking for the people's orders? Cleon did so well, why couldn't he be considered a righteous master? There was only one point, his methods were too cruel. But for the people, corrupt officials are treacherous, and honest officials are even more treacherous, was a matter of course. Corrupt officials were hateful, honest officials were cute. The people were so simple. Even if Cleon did break the law, they could forgive him. It was because Dani understood this that she came up with the bad idea of, come to the scholar and wear the scholar's vest. Facts proved that the effect was not bad. Cleon, the impartial and impartial. Cleon, the loyal and righteous. Myrene's clear sky Cleon. Cleon, the nemesis of evil. On the first day of the public trial, from inside the hall to the square outside the hall, thousands of people crowded together and slogans were endless. They kept putting pressure on the 15 jurors in the courtroom. In the preliminary trial, there were 27 legal experts who examined Cleon's criminal acts. In the public trial, there were 15 jurors, 5 nobles, 5 representatives of the new free people, and 5 representatives of the guise people. It's about time, Missandei reminded the Dragon Queen. Yes, Dani was the chief judge, sitting under the plaque that said, "Justice is above, benevolence is below." This was also the Queen's throne. Pa! The Dragon Queen slammed the gavel, and the Unsullied holding the fire and water staff below hit the floor rhythmically. Bam, 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 they shouted, Wei Wu. There were also 10 Unsullied holding up the silence sign. 2 were in the hall, and the remaining 8 were scattered on the second step of the pyramid, facing the free people in the square. The Dragon Queen's power was extraordinary. In the next moment, the slogans suddenly stopped, and everyone in and out of the hall quieted down. With just a sign, you did what Circe's 3007 swords couldn't do, the wildfire general said with emotion. Little Aegon looked enviously at Aunt Dany on the throne and sighed. When I ascend the Iron Throne, will the people of King's Landing be so obedient? That depends on whether your 3007 swords are sharp or not. There are only unruly people in King's Landing. Unless you can fill everyone's stomach and let everyone live in a clean and spacious house, they won't love any king like the free people of Slavers Bay love Dragon Queen, the wildfire general said as he took off his green helmet. Yes, after the last incident, Tyrion had to wear leather armor, and helmet during work. The iron helmet became a safety helmet, and the armor was a work uniform. The leather armor, helmet, armor, and even the cloak behind him were all green, like a burning wildfire. This was the wildfire general's exclusive equipment, and no one else had the right to wear it. Why 3007 swords? Little Aegon asked. 3000 golden robes, 7 Kingsguard, this is all the power the king has. Sigh, compared to the Dragon Queen, it's too far away. Tyrion sighed. The Dragon Queen's dignified voice echoed in the quiet hall. The law is the law. The jurors can take the opinions of the crowd into consideration, but don't be completely influenced by them. You are the jury, and you know the law, so you should act according to the law. Yes, Your Majesty. The 15 jurors bowed respectfully to Judge Dany and took their seats. Smack. The Dragon Queen slammed the gavel again and stared with her beautiful eyes. She shouted at the prisoner below, Cleon, you imprisoned the Green Saint and her family for no reason, and even raided the Temple of Divine Grace. The first charge against you is harming a religious leader and threatening the freedom of religion of the people of Meereen. Do you admit it? Your Majesty, jurors, Cleon's face was clean and tidy, and his expression was calm as he spoke. I admit that I detained the Green Saint and most of the saints of the Temple of Divine Grace, and I also admit that I locked up their families. But before convicting me, please confirm one thing. He raised his index finger, looked around at the people around him, and said loudly, should the Green Saint be arrested? She is the spiritual leader of the Sons of the Harpies, one of the initiators of the rebel group, and the biggest enemy of all the free people of Slave Bay. I dare to swear to the 7 gods, she deserves it. Swear to the 7 gods. Tyrion looked at the brown-skinned, black-haired butcher of Gith, and then looked at the approving expressions of the people around him, and felt that it was very absurd. It's strange to hear the name of the 7 gods in Slave Bay, tens of thousands of miles away from the 7 kingdoms, he muttered. What's so strange about that? You have never been to the great Cathedral of Divine Grace, and you don't know how many believers of the 7 gods come to pray every day. Especially to the Free Light Maiden, the believers here are thousands of times more devout than the 7 kingdoms. If you walk around the city more, you will find that the teachings of the 7 gods have penetrated into every household in Astapor. Now, the marriages and funerals of the people are all presided over by the White Nun. Sister Asherah said disapprovingly. But I heard that the great Cathedral of Divine Grace has holy prostitutes. Is this in line with the teachings of the 7 gods? Duckfield said awkwardly. The church needs money to survive, and not all women are determined to serve the 7 gods. Also, the Red Saint and the Garden of Desire are a cultural tradition of the city of Ursus. Asherah's face turned red, and she explained calmly. Tyrion's eyes lit up. I have heard of the name of the Red Saint in the Garden of Desire, and I thought that this profession was taken away by the Dragon Queen. As he said that, he punched the Duck Knight's thigh, and scolded in a low voice, Duck, you are too disloyal, you didn't even tell me when you went to find the holy prostitute. A nun, that's so exciting. I also accidentally found out about it when I was drinking at the docks. Also, you are busy experimenting with wildfire bullets all day long. I often don't see you. Duck said. Clinton's heart skipped a beat, and he pulled Tyrion aside and asked, Can you do it? Do what? Tyrion was confused. The day before yesterday, after I touched you, your dick and, before he could finish, Tyrion's expression changed, and he growled, I said it clearly, unless you are as beautiful as the Knight of Flowers, and wear women's clothes, it is impossible between you and me, don't harass me again. Clinton's stiff square face turned white and red, and he gritted his teeth. You, never, look, in the mirror. That's right, normal people, including yourself, would be so disgusted that they wouldn't be able to eat if they didn't have nightmares when they saw your deformed face. Then I'm really relieved. I was worried that your taste was so unique that you would ignore my appearance and take a fancy to my noble and rich soul, Tyrion said. You. Little Aegon and Duckfield took a few steps back, looking terrified. Smack. The shock block interrupted Tyrion and Clinton's explanation, and they heard the Dragon Queen say, the Green Saint, Graz Dan Callel. Chapter 440. Graz Dan Callel, more than 80 years old, the Green Saintess of Meereen. In the original history, Graz Dan was Dany Rise's advisor, an elder who guided her growth, and a very close friend. Dany Rise was almost fooled by her. She listened to her and completely integrated herself into the guy's slave culture, even marrying a slave owner. Now, this was the first time Dany saw Graz Dan. She was an old woman with snow-white hair and wrinkled skin. There were large gray age spots on her exposed skin, but time did not dim the spirit in her eyes. Her eyes were a soul-stirring green, filled with wisdom and experience that could see through human nature. She still maintained her dignity as the Green Saintess. She wore the green robe of the Green Saintess and wore a green veil on her face. She held a walking stick and seemed to be surrounded by a halo that symbolized wisdom and nobility. She walked in with the help of the two white saintesses. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Green Saintess' voice was gentle and kind, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Facing the Green Saintess' clear green eyes, Dany wanted to hide for a moment, as if the darkness in her heart had been seen through by the wise priest. No, I'm not wrong. My goal is noble and great, my methods, compared to other ambitious and ruthless emperors, are gentler and more benevolent. As she comforted herself, her violet eyes looked straight into the pair of emerald green eyes. Grandly and righteously against the profound and wise. Dany smiled and said, give her a seat. Immediately, an unsullied brought a high back chair with fur for the Green Saintess. There was a hint of understanding in the breathtaking green eyes, but also a hint of sadness. The Green Saintess looked away and said, thank you, Your Majesty. Green Saintess, Count Shattered Shackles accuses you of participating in the formation of the Sons of Harpies. At this time, the Dragon Queen's clear voice did not have any extra majesty, but was very calm and indifferent, as if she was chatting with an old person. Yes, I joined forces with some like-minded people to form the Sons of Harpies. The Green Saintess nodded. What? Ah, she admitted it. The audience was in an uproar. They never thought that the big boss would be defeated as soon as he appeared. Sir Graz Dan, do you know what you are saying? In the jury seat, the Green Saint of Astapor, Grazda, exclaimed in disbelief. My Lord Grazdan, cried another of the guy's jurymen, this is the great court, and no one can force you, and the Queen is here, and no one can lynch you. Your Excellency Green Saintess, please believe us. We will strictly abide by the code, the Free People said seriously. Lady Green Saintess, if you are not familiar with the public trial process, you can invite a defender or multiple defenders who know the code. This is the privilege of the nobles. Bruce Wayne suggested. The captain of the guards, Bruce, was a knight and also a knight. He joined the jury as a representative of the nobles. Pa! Dragon Queen slammed the gavel again. Silence. Wei Wu, unsullied one, struck his staff. The entire hall was silent. Sigh, the things passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years are still somewhat useful. Pa! Dragon Queen slammed the gavel again. Seeing the people below tremble unconsciously, she felt a bit better. Your Excellency Green Saintess, think carefully. This is the public trial court. In front of me and the other jurymen, you cannot go back on your words, and will even be used as evidence to convict you. I am very clear-headed. The Count of Shattered Shackles did not catch the wrong person. I am the leader of the Sons of Harpies, the Harpy, Green Saintess said calmly. Klein could not help but ask, in Myrene, I used the cruelest water torture on you, and you insisted that you were innocent. Why did you admit it now? How can I, the Butcher Count, endure this? Water torture? There was a suppressed cry from the audience. Why are the people of Slave Bay so honest, saying what they want to say? Tyrion said strangely. Dany glared at the butcher, who did not keep his mouth shut, and announced, Count Klein admitted to lynching a religious leader, and is found guilty of the 13th charge. A fine of 5,000, 20 lashes in the Freedom Square, and half a year of imprisonment. The punishments for all crimes can be stacked and finally executed together. Klein was dumbfounded. Pa! The gavel slammed again. Dragon Queen scolded, everything the court says can be used as evidence to convict you. Do you not agree? I agree, I plead guilty. Lord Bow of Myrene lamented. Your Excellency Green Saintess, why did you form a terrorist organization like the Sons of Harpies? Dany asked. Terrorist organization? Green Saintess smiled and nodded, that's right. We do not dare to face the Dragon King directly, but we do not want to lose the last glory of being the Sons of Harpies. We can only use assassinations and terrorist activities to overthrow your rule. Can terrorist activities in Myrene hurt my rule? Dany was a little amused. Green Saintess' eyes flashed with sadness. She shook her head and said, we thought we could, but reality has proven that we cannot. Your household registration system is perfect, almost locking out the possibility of us secretly causing trouble. Even if there was no assassination of Commander John Bolton, no Count Shackle, as long as we start our activities, as long as the Lord of Myrene is not a fool, we can unearth the Sons of Harpies sooner or later. Tell me, what are you dissatisfied with about me and the current Slavers' Bay? Dany said. Green Saintess looked at the eyes around her, which were as many as stars, and hesitated, here. I am upright, and there is nothing I cannot do that I cannot tell others. Dany said firmly. After staring at the Dragon Queen for a long time, Green Saintess sighed, well, you are so confident and proud, and you have the ability to maintain your pride. The Guy's race did not die unjustly in the hands of your majesty. As soon as this was said, the 5 Guy's race jurors and the Guy's race in the crowd all changed their expressions and exclaimed in a low voice. Dany's eyes were sharp, and she said lightly, I did not exterminate the Guy's race. The sadness in Green Saintess's green eyes grew stronger, and she said in a sad tone, a race is not made up of people. If the spiritual backbone is broken, the cultural and religious inheritance is also over, and the race does not exist. You changed the Divine Grace Temple to the Church of the 7 Gods, and made my race give up the faith of the Harpies, and convert to the Free Maiden of Light. You closed the Colosseum that represented the Guy's race's tradition of martial arts, and made some drama clubs and troops that aroused hatred between the new free people and the Guy's race. You never wore toga robes, but wantonly promoted the sleeveless linen of the dock workers. You changed the Guy's race's tradition of eating dog meat and persimmons, and promoted strange foods such as chopped hot pepper fish head, blood sausage, tofu, fried dough sticks, meat buns, and other strange foods. You changed the Giscali language, and unified the learning of the standard Valeglia language. You also forced the Guy's race to shave their heads, keep their hair but not their heads. Dany's eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. Keep their hair but not their heads. When had she ever said such valiant words? She wanted to immediately interrupt the old saintess and ask, but the other party's series of questions seemed to have gotten to her head. She was so agitated that she could not stop, and quickly scolded the Dragon Queen for her sins of destroying the Guy's race. You have never relied on the noble Gith people in politics and military affairs. You have allowed your slaves to rise to the top in one step, surpassing their former masters. The Gith people have been marginalized in all aspects of politics, economy, and military affairs in your kingdom. You also moved the noble guys race out of their ancestral pyramids that had been passed down for thousands of years, and let them live in ordinary brick houses like the civilians. You showed no mercy to the guys race nobles, killing them without mercy. Countless innocent people who were only interested in learning had their properties confiscated, and their families sent to labor camps. What you did was to strip the guys race of Slave Bay away step by step. The guys race's culture, traditions, beliefs, and spirit were all destroyed one by one. If we did not resist, one day, the guys race would merge with the slaves from all over the world, and their bloodlines would be mixed up, their civilization would be tampered with, and their land would be taken over. The last trace of the guys empire's existence would completely disappear. The Green Saintess spoke for a long time, and many of the guys race people were deeply moved after hearing it. They looked at the Saintess with complicated eyes. The 5 guys race jurors could not help but cry. Her Majesty the Queen is so ruthless. If the old woman is not lying, then she really intends to wipe out the guys race. Tyrion said in shock. Your Excellency Green Saintess, I wonder what I should do to be a qualified Queen of Slave Bay in your heart. Without waiting for the old Saintess to answer, she asked herself, should I wear a toga robe and learn the dialect of Slave Bay? Live according to the guys race noble's way of life, open the arena, or even buy one yourself, and raise a group of gladiators like horses? It would be best to find a marriage alliance with a noble guy's bloodline, and completely integrate yourself into Slave Bay? The old Saintess' eyes flashed with wisdom, and she sighed, isn't that good? If you are willing to integrate into the guys' culture of Slave Bay, the other free cities will not be so hostile to you. With the help of a royal husband of a noble guy's bloodline, the new guys would no longer attack Slave Bay. Your ancestors, Aegon and his sisters, didn't they also give up Valeglia's beliefs and traditions, convert to the Church of the Seven Gods, and completely integrate into the culture of the Undulls? There are also the 14 Fire Peak nobles of Valeglia. After their bloodline descendants left Valeglia, they entered Slave Bay, Quills, Coer, Norfoss, and the various coastal cities. They brought advanced technology and culture to the local area, and they also integrated into the local culture. They married the local noble women and worshipped the local gods. The most typical example was the marriage between Nymeria and Dornmartel. She led the remaining Loener people and took the initiative to give up some of the Loener traditions, integrating herself and her people into Dorne. From bloodline to culture, Loener had integrated into Dorne. At the same time, Dorne had also absorbed some of the culture and traditions of the Loener people. The two races lived in harmony, without conquering or being conquered, and there would be no disputes or conflicts. Are these seniors not worthy of learning from you? You can reform the old Slave Bay, but you can't completely throw the previous owners of Slave Bay into the trash can. That makes sense. Tyrion was deep in thought. What makes sense? Clinton glared at him and said, the Queen promoted the great culture of knights in Slave Bay, and used the 7 gods to reform the suffering and confused slaves. What's wrong with that? Yes, I swear, Her Majesty feels that she is worthy of the title Saint Danny. Sister Ashera looked at the Queen on the throne with a look of worship in her eyes. Sigh, Saintess, you are mistaken about something. The Dragon Queen smiled. Chapter 441. Danny stood up from the throne and looked down at the Green Saintess. I am different from Aegon and Valeglia's Dragon King. I am not a conqueror. I am also different from Nymeria. I am not a refugee. I am a reformer. I am a revolutionary. I am the nightmare of evil slavery. I am the Misha of all the oppressed slaves in the world. I am not targeting the Gith tribe in Slavers Bay. My enemy is the entire rotten slave world. I want to build a new world without slaves where everyone is free. I will not compromise. I am not afraid of fighting. When I decide to become the enemy of the world, there is nothing in this world that can make me feel afraid. I will come, I will see, I will burn everything of the old society. I do not need to conquer you, nor will I integrate with you. I am a flood that will rush past you. Either you wash away the filth and join me, or you sink to the bottom of the river. Do you understand? This is your choice, not mine. I grant you the choice. The green saintess' body trembled, her eyes filled with fear. This is the true Targaryen, the true queen. Tyrion felt an unprecedented shock. At this moment, he even wanted to kneel down to the queen who looked down on everyone. Dany has surpassed Aegon. She has surpassed all the ancestors of the Targaryens. In the crowd, old Ymont was proud. I am not as good as her, little Aegon said with a defeated expression. You are still young. Clinton retracted her admiring gaze from the Dragon Queen and comforted him gently. I am 1 year older than her. To be able to serve such a queen is also an honor, Duckfield muttered. Misha, Misha, Misha. Torrent, Torrent, Torrent. The new freedmen in the hall were stunned for a moment. Then, as if they had gone mad, they shouted themselves hoarse and hysterically. Many people's eyes turned red and tears flowed down. Dany smiled in relief. Pa! She slapped the gavel. Silence. Wei Wu, the Unsullied, began to strike with his staff. Your Excellency Green Saintess, other than my personal will, I can also explain the policies you proposed. After all, this is a court. As a judge, I have to abide by the laws of the Codex. I can't use my own will to sentence you. He picked up the wolfberry tea on the table and moistened his throat. She began to blabber. First, I advocate religious freedom. Astapor and Cayuan's Church of Divine Grace voluntarily carried out religious reforms, so the temple became the Church of the Seven Gods with the characteristics of Slave Bay. For example, the Red Saintess was considered blasphemous in the doctrine of the Seven Gods. The temples of Meereen insist on believing in the Harpies. I didn't force you to change your faith, did I? More importantly, everyone knew that the Harpies' claws were holding the slave shackles, which represented the slave master's enslavement of the people. Could it be that you want the new freedmen to believe in the Harpies who represent slavery? You can ask the people in the city if I have ever forced them. Forced them to believe in the seven gods instead of the Harpy. We are willing. We believe in the Maiden of Freedom. We believe in light and freedom. Immediately, a new freedman said excitedly. We are not idiots. As the new freedmen, why would we believe in the Harpy? Before the temple was reformed into the Church of the Seven Gods, I never went there. The Green Saintess looked at the excited audience and sighed. The light in her eyes dimmed. Second, the Colosseum. The Colosseum needs gladiators. Gladiators are mostly slaves. I even abolished slavery. Why would I allow gladiators to exist? Moreover, I didn't close the Colosseum. Don't you see that every evening, hundreds and thousands of people enter the Colosseum to do square dance? That's right. The Colosseum that occupied a large area in the city became a place for uncles, aunties, and young ladies to do square dance. As for how the people of the other world learned to do square dance, a certain queen firmly denied that she knew how to do square dance. Third, the toka robe. Other than slave masters who don't need to work, who would wear that? Now that the rotten vampire slave masters have been defeated, the working people have become masters. It is difficult to even walk in that kind of clothing. Of course, I have to promote simpler clothing. Fourth, eating habits. Dogs are humans' friends. They can even prevent faceless people. I don't forbid eating them, but you can eat yours. You can't force me to eat, right? Moreover, the food I promote is popular. Not only is it more nutritious, but it also saves on ingredients. Fifth, Standard Valeglia is the world's language. I really can't find a reason to refuse it. Sixth, shaving. Speaking of this, the Dragon Queen's expression became strange. She wondered, when did I say, keep hair? The Green Saintess looked at Klein. I said it. The Count of Broken Shackles raised his right hand and said embarrassedly, upright long hair is the same as the toka robe. It is the symbol of a fallen slave master. There are thousands of slave masters in the labor camp. They still have strange upright long hair. It is very inconvenient for them to work. No matter what, they are not willing to shave their hair. In desperation, I can only use keep hair to scare them. Prisoners have no political power and can be forced to shave their hair. When they complete the labor camp and regain their freedom, they can continue to grow their hair. Danny nodded. Continue. 7th, don't use the Gith people. This. Isn't Klein a Gith? He is the first city lord under my command, the first count. Klein, do you think I am deliberately suppressing the Gith people? No, absolutely not. You are like a second parent to me, changing my life. Butcher Count solemnly vowed. His bloodline is low. The Green Saintess said. No, at Slaver's Bay, he is the Gith with the highest bloodline. In the future, he will become the noblest Gith in the world. Danny shook her head. Your Majesty. Klein received some kind of implicit promise. He was so moved and grateful that his eyes turned red. 8th, the pyramid. Of course I will move them out. The families with the pyramid are all great slave masters. They all bear endless sins. I only pursue the evil, and forgive their children and women. This is already merciful. Danny pointed at herself. Take me as an example. The usurper took my father's kingdom, still killed my brother's wife and children, and wants to kill me. I am not dead. Little Aegon muttered unhappily. At this moment, everyone was listening to the Dragon Queen's speech. Even Clinton did not pay attention to his muttering. 9th, I am not merciful to the great nobles of Gith. Because they are all slave masters, none of them are innocent. I will say it here today. Unless they surrender to me in advance and contribute greatly to the liberation of the slaves. Otherwise, not only the slave masters of Slaver's Bay, but all the great slave masters in the world will not be spared. Finally, you think I am erasing Gith culture. Let me ask you, do the Gith people of this time have the same traditions and culture as the Gith people of Gith? The Green Saintess was silent. All the Gith people in the hall were silent. The Dragon Queen smiled faintly. After the last long night, 3 of the most powerful ancient civilizations appeared. Gith, Loina, and Valeglia. But they all disappeared in the long river of history. Times are changing, and no culture can be strong forever unless it is good enough to be accepted by everyone. Obviously, the culture and traditions of Gith built on slavery are not only weak, but also decayed. As a liberator of slaves, most of my people are new freedmen. How can we support your traditions? The Green Saintess Grazidon pleaded guilty as soon as she appeared. New freedmen, Gith jurors, the Gith people of Meereen who asked the Green Saintess of Astapor for help, and even the Dragon Queen. Everyone was surprised and puzzled. After the trial ended that day, the Green Saintess of Astapor, Grazidon, took 2 Gith representatives from Meereen and walked into the basement of the Great Pyramid with a grim expression. They met the old Saintess of Meereen in the dungeon. A 40-square-meter room with bookshelves, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a small reception room. This was a high-level prison for high-level prisoners. The old Saintess in her 80s was reading a thick book by the yellow light of the candle, the New 7 Stars Bible, written by the Dragon Queen. Grazidon's face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, and her eyes were as cold as ice. Especially after seeing the calm and indifferent look on the old Saintess's face, her body seemed to begin to emit a burning anger that was the opposite of ice. Why? The Green Saintess asked the old Saintess of Meereen. Why what? The old Saintess said. Why did you form that useless son of the Harpy? The Green Saintess asked. Why did you admit the crime directly and give up all your companions? The old Myrrhine immediately asked. The old saintess stared into the eyes of the green saintess and said, "The son of the harpy is the last resistance of the Gith people, the last backbone of the Gith Empire. The reason why I resisted the rule of the Dragon Queen has been explained clearly in the public trial hall. I don't want the civilization of the Gith people to be destroyed. I did what a green saintess and a religious leader should do." Although the green saintess did not avoid the green eyes of the old saintess, the coldness on her face and the anger on her body dissipated. She said sadly and helplessly, "You also heard the answer given by the queen in front of everyone." "Well, what she said is very reasonable," the old saintess nodded gently, and then shook her head firmly. There was deep wisdom in her green eyes. But so what? No matter how decadent and decaying the civilization is, it is still the mother civilization of the Gith people, the legacy of our ancestors for thousands of years. Our civilization can die, because it is indeed not suitable for this era, the new era created by the Dragon Queen. But we Gith people can't do without a little resistance, because we are Gith people with ancient Jiskali blood. Once, when the Great Lord died, slaves were buried with him. Now, a country, a race, a civilization is dying, and we can't do without sacrifices. My children and I are willing to be buried with the Gith civilization," the old saintess said in a flat voice. The three Gith people were silent and sighed. After a while, an old saintess asked, "Since you have such a fearless spirit of sacrifice, why did you plead guilty directly without even a trial and betray the members of the entire organization?" Chapter 442. Hee, is there any point in hiding it? The moment I saw the Dragon Queen, I suddenly understood that being honest is the only way out. I am not afraid of death, we should not be afraid of death. From the moment they became the sons of the Harpies, they should be like me and have the resolve to be buried with the Gith race. The old saintess smiled faintly. In the court, the queen also has to abide by the code. As long as one lives, it's one life, the elder said woodenly. The old saintess smiled bitterly and said, "That's the problem. We first violated the laws of the code. Assassinating John Bolton caused the sons of the Harpies to be completely exposed. As long as the queen has the will to adhere to the code, none of us can escape." In her eyes, I saw a will stronger than steel. So, I simply surrendered. At the very least, the innocent among the 80,000 people who were arrested would be able to escape imprisonment. As you said, as long as one lives, it's one life. The two elders had nothing to say. They did not join the sons of the Harpies, nor did they think of rebelling against the Dragon Queen. To put it bluntly, they even hated and feared the sons of the Harpies from the bottom of their hearts. If not for the fact that they were all Gith race, they would have shouted, "Incorruptible Klein." Because the targets of the sons of the Harpies were three types of people, the outstanding representatives of the new freedmen, the officials and generals of the Dragon Queen, and the traitors. It was because of the arrival of the Dragon Queen that these commoners with talent but no bloodline had the chance to become the representatives of the Gith race and become famous. Like Klein, they were the beneficiaries of the new country. In the eyes of those with noble bloodlines who had lost their power and wealth, they were the traitors of the Gith race. The kings of the Westeros are also called the kings of the Undulls, Loinars, and the Ancestors. The 7 countries are a mixed country of many races. The Gith race of the Slave Bay are not pure Gith race. I believe that Her Majesty will bring a glorious future to the Slave Bay. I believe that Her Majesty will lead the Gith race of the Slave Bay and the new freedmen to the light and glory. Before leaving, the Green Saintess of Astapor said to the old Saintess, "I sincerely wish that she can do everything you say." The old Saintess said. The sudden confession of the Green Saintess, Graz Dan, stole the limelight of the impartial Clyde and disrupted the trial of Lord Bow of Myrrhine. Because with her confession, the case of the son of the Harpy was almost immediately concluded. Even the 5 Guys jurors voted unanimously to convict the son of the Harpy of treason. In other words, Cleon did not frame the loyal. He was only sentenced too harshly, but he didn't make any fundamental mistakes. As such, the entire trial process was greatly simplified. Originally, Danny thought that it would take 1 or 2 months. In the end, Klein would use public opinion to blackmail the jurors and come up with a verdict that the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided. Perhaps he would be stripped of his position as Lord of Myrrhine, and his title would be downgraded from Earl to Knight. Now that the Green Saintess had confessed, of the remaining 20,000 Guy's death row prisoners, although a large number of them were wrongly accused, more than 90%, there were also many sons of the Harpy of Treason who had committed treason. In the final closed-door closing process, the jury voted unanimously in favor of the Dragon Queen's verdict. Count Shackle solved the case of the son of the Harpy of the Harpy of the Harpy of Myrrhine and made outstanding contributions. He was honorably promoted to Marquis Shackle and awarded 100,000 gold. However, Cleon Shackle was too cruel in the trial process and ignored many of the laws in the Code of Law. He was beaten into a confession. He was demoted by 1 rank, fined 80,000, and given 48 lashes. He was changed from Lord of Myrrhine to Great General of the West. Cleon was promoted and demoted, but his title did not change. His position was changed from Lord of Myrrhine to General. He earned 20,000 gold radiance coins and received 48 lashes from the Devil's Tail Hattar. There were also 60,000 prisoners arrested by Cleon and 20,000 death row prisoners. About 73,000 people were innocent. Perhaps they were dissatisfied with the Dragon Queen's rule, but they did not participate in the Son of the Harpy of the Harpy. After all, this reactionary organization was just established not long ago and did not have the time to absorb members on a large scale. However, Danny did not directly declare those people innocent. Because she realized one thing. Cleon was cruel, but he would never blindly frame the loyal. Those who were wrongly accused were all relatives of the son of the Harpy. When Danny asked Cleon about the trial process, she was confused. There was no on-the-spot investigation, no intricate reasoning, no suspicious or perfect evidence. He simply opened the household register and brought in the relatives of the first batch of people arrested, then the relatives of their relatives, and finally the relatives of the relatives of their relatives. There was a theory of 6 degrees of separation. You could know any stranger through at most 5 people. Relatives were different from people you knew. But if Cleon arrested people like this, round after round, dozens of rounds, he might be able to arrest the Dragon Queen and put her in prison. In fact, he only caught 3 rounds before he could not catch any more. Because if he caught another round, there would be no more Gith in Myrrhine. Cleon's method was crude, but the reason he gave was somewhat reasonable. The son of the Harpy was a major case of rebellion, intending to subvert the rule of the Dragon Queen. The son of the Harpy and the Dragon Queen were 2 completely opposite sides. The people of Slave Bay could only choose sides, either the Dragon Queen or the son of the Harpy. There was no doubt that in the face of this choice, their relatives would not stand on the Dragon Queen's side no matter what. Of course, being reasonable did not mean it was legal. Just like being inclined to commit a crime did not mean committing a crime. Danny could not convict them. But letting them go for nothing would be a waste of Lord Bow of Myrrhine's painstaking efforts. Well, the Dragon Queen admitted that she herself was not satisfied. Apart from the innocent, there were more than 7,000 people left, and only 200 or 300 people directly participated in the case of the son of the Harpy. The other 6,000 were their family members, and those who could not prove their innocence. They knew of the existence of the son of the Harpy and were willing to help them, but they did not personally join. Then, Danny came up with a bad idea. According to the law of the code, the crime of rebellion is unforgivable, and the person involved will be beheaded immediately, and the immediate family members will be sentenced to death or life imprisonment. But, the Dragon Queen pointed at the plaque on the throne. It didn't say, Mirror of Eminence, but, Righteousness above, Benevolence below. I am willing to grant them mercy. The Dragon Queen said compassionately, the 80,000 people arrested are all relatives and friends, so it is better to share the blame. There will be no more death sentences, no more life imprisonment, and everyone will enter the labor camp. Innocent relatives and friends can work during the day and go home at night, and only need 2 years to leave the labor camp. The guilty son of the harpy cannot go home, but as long as he works for 5 years, he can regain his freedom and be a new man. Unfortunately, the queen's mercy did not receive the gratitude of the sinners. I am not afraid of death, kill me, I don't want to implicate my family. A son of the harpy shouted. I'm not guilty. I'm a cousin 2 generations removed from Graz, and I don't want to be a convict for him. Cried an innocent relative. Bastard, the queen's mercy is not to be rejected. The Dragon Queen angrily roared and made an arbitrary decision. After completing the trial of the case, the Dragon Queen found the bedridden Klein. Yes, he suffered 48 lashes and was lying on the bed recuperating. Klein's face was pale, and he lay on the bed with his eyes closed, as if he wanted to use silence to express his protest against the Dragon Queen's injustice. After working for a few months in vain, he only received 48 lashes from the Devil's Tail, and lost the super-lucrative position of Myrene City Lord. Lord Bao of Myrene was bitter. Sigh, do you understand the significance of the Western General? There was once a great King Chao, who was willing to give up the throne to become the Western General. The Dragon Queen sighed. Klein's attention was attracted by the King Chao, and he could not help but ask, what is the significance of the Western General? Western General, as the name suggests, is to conquer the West. The Allied army is divided into sea and land, the navy is gathered at New Guise, and the army is gathered at Mataris. They came with great momentum, but they can't do it again. If we can't take down Slavers Bay in one wave, it will be my turn to conquer them next time. Where will we go? Of course, we will follow the Allied army's invasion route, starting from Myrene, heading west, Toros, Mataris. Finally, we will pass through the land of long summer, enter the western plains, and enter Volantis. The Dragon Queen looked at the Count of Broken Shackles meaningfully. So, do you understand? I will become the city lord of Volantis. Klein was surprised. Danny gave him an encouraging look and said, no, you will become the Grand Seneschal of the West, the Lord of Volantis, the Lord of Kal, the Lords of Pentos, Mir, Tarosai, Lis, and the other cities. They will all be under the jurisdiction of the Great General of the West. The Light Maiden above. Klein's sickly white face instantly flushed red, and he said excitedly, no wonder, King Chao would rather not be a king and want to be the Western General. Then, he asked suspiciously, Your Majesty, why don't you become the Western General yourself? Are you really going to let me manage such a large piece of land? Do you think I will let new guys and queers go? Danny asked back. Of course not. Klein said angrily. So, not only will there be the Western General, there will also be the Eastern General, Northern General, and Southern General. And I will sit at Slavers Bay and lead all of you generals. I see. Klein suddenly understood. As the saying went, once the rabbit was caught, the hound would be cooked. If the hunting ground was big enough and there was enough prey, the hound would die of old age before it was cooked. Klein was far luckier than Scholar Lai. The queen's vision was far, and there was a vast and boundless hunting ground waiting for her to conquer. The Dragon Queen conquered the hunting ground, and Scholar Lai helped her tame the prey, cooperating well. And in this magical world, with the Megalosaurus, extraordinary magic, and long lifespan, the queen would never have to worry about not being able to suppress him. As long as his brain wasn't damaged, he wouldn't be disloyal. This way, the friendship between ruler and subject would continue, and Klein would have a 99% chance of having a good ending. The case of Klein and the harpy was solved, and the conversation between the Dragon Queen and the Green Saintess in the court was spread, known by the freedmen and the Guise people. Strangely, Slavers Bay became peaceful. Yes, it was very peaceful before, but after this, the restless people completely settled down. The fact that Slaver's Bay was the Dragon Queen's kingdom began to be accepted by everyone, whether it was the freedmen or the Guy's people. The Guy's people no longer thought about fighting the Qing and restoring the Ming, and the freedmen no longer thought about settling the remaining evil. Chapter 443. To the south of Astapor, there was a stretch of green peaks. Dani chose a straight mountain 150 kilometers away from the city as her training ground. Big Black and Little Green transported a group of unsullied people up there. It took them a week to build a garden called Five Dragon Cave on the peak. The 3,000-meter-high mountain was almost vertical among the mountains, as if a god had left his sword in the human world. The gray granite stones were dotted with green pine trees and green vines. At the peak, under a huge rock, there was a wooden house facing north. It had 2 rooms and 1 living room, covering an area of about 80 square meters. In front of the wooden house, there was a 50-square-meter flower bed planted with figs, tomatoes, potatoes, strawberries, and other fruits and vegetables. There was a 30-square-meter pool beside the flower bed. The pool was cut out of the huge rock and half filled with green water. It was the place where the Dragon Queen cultivated the fire ladder technique. Outside the flower bed, there were piles of rocks. Some were as big as a human head, some as big as a water tank, some were as tall as a person, and some were even 4 or 5 meters wide. The rocks surrounded the flower bed, pool, and wooden house, blocking the storm outside. Outside the pile of rocks, a platform 25 meters wide and 30 meters long was cleared out. The platform was not flat, but it was paved with a thick layer of gravel and a layer of green stone bricks. It was very flat. Outside the platform was a cliff. Standing at the edge of the platform and looking into the distance, there were green mountains, green trees, and a trickling river reflecting the silver light. From time to time, there would be the cries of apes and birds. At the edge of the platform, there was a piece of blue jade bigger than a millstone. It was polished smooth and warm to the touch. Beside the jade, a thunderous voice said, "Autumn is here. The weather is cold. Yellow leaves fall from the trees. A flock of big." He was stuck. Dani was wearing a thin green dress, with a small braid on both sides of her head. Her silver hair was fixed at the back of her head, and when the breeze blew, her hair and green dress swayed gently. At this time, she was sitting cross-legged on the blue jade. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was facing the mountains. Her white and delicate cheeks shone with a transparent halo under the sunlight. "Geese Ian Yen, wild geese," she said. Then, the coarse and loud voice continued, "A flock of wild geese is flying south. One moment they're arranged in a figure 8, the next moment they're arranged in a..." Dani's eyes widened. 8? You can't even recognize a person. Are you still human? No, it's a human, a dragon. Blackie stammered. You are a dragon, but you have to have humanity. You are a dragon with humanity. Mother Dragon corrected. Well, ever since he ate the rat chef, Dani had been teaching him language and writing every day for more than a month. She really couldn't understand Big Black's dragon language, which was actually the original language, nor could she learn it. Her vocal cords didn't support that kind of pronunciation. Unable to teach the Western dragon language, Mother Dragon had no choice but to teach her child the Eastern dragon language. The descendants of Yen and Huang were the descendants of the dragon. The language spoken by the descendants of the dragon was naturally the dragon language. After that, it was simple. Starting from the first grade of primary school, the radicals, initial consonants, final consonants, ah, oh, woo, woo, e, then, Dani was shocked. Blackie, this baby dragon, was actually smarter than humans. Well, she used to think he was stupid because if she taught him words directly, he would learn them today and forget them tomorrow. Now, she thought he was smart because he was learning step by step according to the Celestial Primary School textbook. His learning progress was faster than hers in the past. Dragon Queen had spent a year in the first grade. Moreover, she was in the first grade at the age of 7. Before that, she had 3 years of primary, secondary, and senior classes. But Dahe could now recite the text, "Autumn is coming." Maybe in a few months, Blackie would be able to become a qualified primary school student. Primary school students sounded low, but primary school students could also speak fluent Chinese. Hiss, the dark green dragon rushed up with a black wild boar in its mouth and flew up from the bottom of the cliff to the sky. Hiss, little gold, who was less than 10 meters long, followed behind third brother with a thick spotted forest python in its claws. Hiss, hiss, the two dragons flapped their wings and circled in front of Danny. There was obvious flattery in their cries. Unfortunately, their behavior didn't win their mother's favor. "You two idiots only know how to eat all day long. You've been in seclusion for more than half a month, but you still can't communicate with my dragon spirit. If you continue to be so stupid, you'll be kidnapped by the Green Prophet sooner or later. At that time, you'll know why a child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Look at your eldest brother. He's about the same age as you, but now he can read 'Autumn is coming.'" As she spoke, she turned around and said to Blackie, "You have to continue to work hard. Don't be as playful as your two stupid brothers. If you perform well, I'll give you a red scarf later." The red scarf was naturally not a red cloth. In view of the upcoming war, and Blackie's strength was increasing day by day, Danny considered giving him a layer of fish scale armor. He didn't have to wear armor all over his body. That was unrealistic. He couldn't fly even if he wore it, but at least it could cover the area from his throat to his chest. It seemed to be more like a belly band than a red scarf. "Ah, stupid brothers," hiss, Blackie roared at his two brothers. Immediately, Little Green and Little Gold flew over and landed beside him, sending the wild boar and python in their claws to him. Boom! Dark red dragon flames spurted out from Blackie's mouth, burning the two prey into charcoal before he began to chew. It was very strange. When Blackie couldn't speak, he couldn't order his brothers by roaring. Now that he had learned to speak, his words were not even complete, but Little Green and Little Gold actually understood. The two illiterate dragons understood the Eastern dragon language. "Alright, let's take a break after class." With a helpless sigh, Danny stood up and returned to the small study on the left side of the wooden house. She picked up her pen and wrote a series of runes. Just as Tam said, no meditation technique was perfect. There was always the possibility of evolution. Every time she entered the state of wind song, she could obtain some information from the wind. More accurately, wind song helped her understand the universe. The new understanding allowed her to improve her two major meditation techniques little by little. She improved some runes and formed new runes. She would record the newly obtained runes and analyze their meaning and functions. During this period of time, with the help of Wind Song, her Green Prophet meditation technique had changed by almost 10%. Danny thought that this was an optimization. With this optimization at its peak, could it help her control a few more dragons? Danny wasn't sure. However, the new meditation technique was more compatible with Wind Song, allowing her to enter the state of Wind Song more easily and maintain it for longer. Compared to the Green Prophet meditation technique, the change in the Grand Wizard meditation technique was less than 4%. However, she could clearly feel that her ability to control flames was improving. For example, she could control the wildfire last time. When she was in the City of Knowledge, it was difficult for her to even control the burning bonfire. Now, she could twist the wildfire into a large fireball. Even if she wasn't as skilled as the dragon flames, it was enough for the group of fire mages to worship her like a god. This meant that Danny wouldn't be hurt by the wildfire. In addition to the 9-colored whirlpool and Green Prophet meditation technique, Danny also spent a lot of energy on necromancy and deviant ghost meditation runes. When she parted with Bo Cheng that day, Prince Edi gave her 5 necromancy scrolls to repay Layla for saving his life, the development of necromancers, the encyclopedia of basic incantations, Chai Jin's notes, Bo Yi's travels, and Bo Cheng's notes. Basic incantations was a secret of the Necromancy Association. Bo Cheng gave it to her at a great risk. Bo Cheng was worried that Layla would learn the meditation techniques of wild necromancers and enter the evil path, becoming neither human nor ghost. Therefore, he taught her the orthodox necromancy spells. Chai Jin was the strongest necromancer in Huang dynasty. He had broken the limit of life and lived for 150 years. Bo Yi was Bo Cheng's ancestor. In the process of exploring the easternmost land, he had seen all kinds of extraordinary professions and evil witchcraft. Bo Cheng was studying the possibility of strengthening a necromancer's witchcraft with a positive spirit. The 5 necromancy scrolls were very useful, especially in the study of the meditation runes of deviant ghosts. When she was at the Great Wall, Danny could only sense that the meditation of deviant ghosts came from the same source as the Green Prophet. However, she could not analyze it in detail like how she analyzed fire witchcraft. However, after studying necromancy, Danny was shocked to find that deviant ghosts and necromancers were somewhat similar. Spirit was divided into yin and yang. The spirit in a living person's body was all yang spirit. After a person died, part of the yang spirit would turn into yin spirit, and the yin spirit and yang spirit would mix. The necromancy spells of the barbarians broke the balance by artificially extracting the yang spirit from a corpse. Then, the corpse would become an obedient zombie that could move freely. Cersei's White Knight, Robert Strong, was a zombie created by Cabourn from the corpse of the Magic Mountain. The demonized version of the Magic Mountain was known as the strongest soldier in the world of ice and fire. He had infinite strength and energy, and his body had no fatal weakness. The meditation techniques of deviant ghosts also seemed to have the effect of transforming spirit, the yang spirit in the body turned into yin spirit. A living person was made up of yang spirit, and a dead person was a mixture of yin and yang. A dead person with all yin spirit was a zombie, and a living person with all yin spirit was a deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts were not only related to the Green Prophet, they were also involved in necromancy. This discovery frightened Danny, and also gave her a good idea to deal with the Faceless. The barbarians all agreed that the Bloodstone Emperor's necromancy had attracted the Long Night. Last time, the Bloodstone Emperor took the blame for the Long Night, and this time, the Long Night was coming, why not let the Faceless be the scapegoat? So, she entered the state of Wind Song and studied necromancy and the meditation techniques she obtained from the deviant ghosts in depth. Was it possible to create a ghost cultivation meditation technique and let a living person cultivate into a half-human, half-ghost? It was not a deviant ghost, as long as it looked like one. Then, the long night came, the house of black and white, for my good boy Jia Kun, Mother Danny had been working hard. Now, it was fruitful. You won't have to wait too long. After taking notes, Danny took out the glass candle from the drawer. Silver-gray light filled the wooden house, and Danny sent a trace of her spiritual power into it, Stone Steps Archipelago, Torture Abyss Bay. In the captain's room of Princess Elia, Baristan was sitting upright with his eyes closed, waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Queen. Before that, Little White had already flown over to remind him. Just like teleportation, in an instant, a pretty girl in a green dress appeared in front of White Knight. How is it? Half a month has passed. Did Braun find anything? Danny asked. Baristan opened his eyes, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He said, Your Majesty, you should wear more skirts. You are very beautiful. If you can make a skirt like this with Valeglia steel, I can wear it every day. Danny laughed. The old knight sighed, put this aside, and said seriously, the results are out. Prince Aegon should be real. Chapter 444. Barristan said slowly, there was a leathersmith named Yale in the Stinky Water Bay, and he died 5 years ago. He had black hair and gray eyes, but he married a lazy prostitute, who had silver hair and blue eyes. His wife died in childbirth during the War of the Usurpers. The leathersmith had 2 sons. The eldest had black hair and blue eyes, and he died in the rebellion of the 4 princes. The second had silver hair and blue eyes, and he inherited his father's business. He is now a leathersmith in the Steel Street of King's Landing. Bronn asked the second son about little Yale in detail, but he didn't know that he had a younger brother, and he believed that his younger brother died with his mother. Dany's eyes flickered, and she asked, "Do you think that this is a flaw?" "Your Majesty, little Yale is only 19 years old this year, and he was only 2 or 3 years old at that time. It is very likely that he was too young to remember," Barristan said. Dany nodded, and asked, "Did you ask witnesses such as midwives and scholars?" "Asking scholars to deliver a child requires money, and the women of King's Landing's commoners aren't as delicate as the noble ladies, and they all work while giving birth to their children." "Well, it's easier to ask the three-eyed crow about this, but I don't dare to go to him now. I won't dare to believe his words unless I cripple him and put a knife to his neck," Dany said with a sigh. "Why do you always doubt Prince Aegon's identity?" Barristan asked in confusion. "Do you believe in Varys?" Dany asked. After a long silence, Barristan shook his head and said, "Reason and reality tell me that Varys can't be trusted." "It's a bit strange," Dany's expression became strange, "almost everyone thinks that Varys can't be trusted, but you are willing to believe him." "We don't trust Varys, but we trust the 8-clawed spider's ability and intelligence. Let's just say that he is real." Dany smiled weirdly. "Having a nephew is just having another pair of chopsticks and another bowl. I can afford it. But having an aunt like me, who countless people want to get rid of but can't do anything about, little Aegon will have a hard time in the future. The allies, Faceless One, Lannister, and other enemies would all regard Aegon as Dragon Queen's fatal flaw. Hee, perhaps, with the Aegon's giant shield, he could bring his cheap son back. Ugh. White Knight also thought of Aegon's future situation, and her face could not help but contort. "By the way, Knight, are you still passionate?" "Passion?" The old knight was puzzled. "Your goddess, Ashera Dane, is not dead." "What? Ashera isn't dead?" The old knight suddenly stood up, looking excited. Seeing his expression, Dany could not bear to see him like this. The result was too cruel, and old Bart might not be able to accept it. Like John Clinton, she faked her death to avoid everyone's attention, and raised little Aegon in the Little Rhone River. Then, Dany told him everything, from when Ashera received Princess Alia's letter to when she went to Astapor with Clinton. But in the end, she looked hesitant. The old knight did not notice Dany's expression. His eyes were watery, and he said with joy and sadness, "It's good that she's not dead." "That's great, it's been hard on her all these years." The old knight seemed to want to continue being a bootlicker. Dany gritted her teeth and told him the secret of the past. "The child in Ashara's belly is Stark's illegitimate daughter, but it's not Ed Stark, but Brandon Stark." The nostalgic and sad expression on the old knight's face froze. After a while, he said uncertainly, "What did you say?" "Brandon Stark, Ed's big brother." Ashera was Brandon's lover for a while. But, Brandon was engaged to Catelyn Tully for a long time, a sacred marriage contract. Ashera knew about it, everyone knew about it, the White Knight said blankly. Before Dany could answer, his expression changed again, and he said in shock and anger, "Did Brandon use force? He couldn't have used force. After all, he's the heir to the Duke of the Northern Territory, and he has a good upbringing. And Ashara's brother is Daybreak Swordsman, everyone knows that." A trace of pity appeared in Dany's eyes. The Great Wall was relatively close to Winterfell, and the men in black were very close to Stark, so old Ymont knew Brandon very well. The previous young wolf master was a typical dissolute young master of a noble family. He was not an ordinary lecherous man, but he liked to conquer unmarried ladies. He had a famous saying that was widely spread in the Northern Territory: a blood-stained sword is the most beautiful sword. Many daughters of noble families in the Northern Territory had affairs with him, and they could not forget it even now. Just like when Targaryen traveled through the Seven Kingdoms, many nobles gave their daughters to him as lovers. When Brandon was a guest in a noble family in the Northern Territory, the nobles were very happy to see their daughters being fucked by him. It was worth mentioning that a noble lady who lost her chastity to a lord would not be looked down upon. It seemed that it was natural to serve a lord, and even an honor. For example, Count Ryswell of the Stream had once used his daughter Barbara to curry favor with Stark. But after Brandon and Tully got engaged, Barbara was still very popular, with Count Lone Moon next door. For example, on the night of Stannis' wedding, Robert had sex with the bridesmaid Delena on his wedding bed. Delena had given birth to an illegitimate son, Rick, and this was known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. But Delena was still married to the heir of the Norcos family without any discrimination. Even Duke Tywin took a fancy to her and proposed marriage to her father on behalf of his son, Tyrion. In the end, her father did not like the little devil. Even if my daughter was sent to the Silent Sisters, she would not marry a half-human. In Westeros, when a woman did not have the right to inherit, her status was really low. In front of the commoners, they were high and mighty, honorable ladies. In front of a nobleman of a higher rank, the only difference between them and the prostitutes in the brothel was that they could marry, while the prostitutes could not. That was a digression. As for Ashera Dane, the brightest pearl in the tournament at Hellenberg, she had also dyed Brandon's sword red. This time, Brandon had relied entirely on his strength to pick up girls. Stark's identity was not useful in front of Dane. Why would Ashera like him? Barristan's eyes were filled with confusion and pain. Obviously, he would rather Ashera's secret lover be Ide. But, Ide was like Barristan, an honest child, a true gentleman. Since ancient times, goddesses have loved scumbags. An honest person was not even qualified to be a spare tire. Sir, the long night is coming, we should devote all our energy to the great cause of saving the world. Dany's words were unusually childish, but it re-energized the sad old knight. He sighed, his blue eyes shrouded in pain became sharp again, and solemnly said, "You are right. You are so young, you should be at the age to enjoy the most beautiful love. Now, for the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the hungry and cold savages beyond the Great Wall, for the suffering slaves of the world, you put your best years into work. I should learn from you and devote all my energy to serving you. The rest of my life will be the most glorious path of a white knight in history." Sigh, the old knight's words were always so honest. Dany nodded calmly and asked, "Is the blacksmith, Tobu Mott, willing to tell us the secret method of recasting Valeglia's steel?" In order to strengthen and improve the dragon crystal weapon industry, Bronn and his subordinates kidnapped a large number of master blacksmiths in Blacksmith Street when Cersei was parading the streets. One of them, Tobu Mott, was the best blacksmith. He had studied in Khal and knew two skills that Dany coveted, coloring metal and recasting steel. House of Stark's Frost Greatsword was smelted and recast by Tobu into Joffrey's Widow's Howl and Bren's Oathkeeper. The most amazing thing was that he had colored the steel swords. Dany's exclusive armor and weapons were most likely with him. Barristan temporarily put aside the matter of Ashera and began to get into work mode. He said solemnly, he agreed to serve you and recast your steel weapons, but he refused to divulge the secret method of the Khal Blacksmith Guild. "Did you beat him?" Dany asked with a frown. "Beat him?" The old knight's eyes widened. "Your Majesty, Master Mott is a master blacksmith, not a prisoner. We shouldn't have kidnapped him, how can we torture him? Didn't you hear? He wants to keep the secret for Khal. Khal has joined the United Nations and forged dragon-slaying crossbows for the Allied army. He is our enemy." This, seeing the old knight hesitating and not being straightforward at all, Danny sighed and said, "Forget it, leave him to me. Let Blackie go to Dragonstone Island and bring Tobu to Bravos. Devil's Tail, Hattar can't deal with a faceless, but can't he deal with a blacksmith? Your Majesty, I have to remind you that a master blacksmith has a very high status and is widely respected by the nobles all over the world. If outsiders know the long night is coming, who cares about such a small matter? You can just ask him to recast the steel swords for you. Why do you need his secret method?" Baristan was puzzled. Danny said helplessly, "I also want a set of strong and light steel armor, but the dozens of swords are not enough to kill the deviants. How can they melt the swords to make armor for me? I want to try and see if I can deduce the technology of making steel through the magic spell of melting steel. If I succeed, we will all be wearing steel armor and holding steel swords, not to mention deviant ghosts. Even Frost God and El Hiller could be killed if hundreds of armored knights charged at them together." Danny was so excited that her cheeks flushed. There was one more thing Baristan told Danny before he ended the conversation. "Your Majesty, Blackie's words were too shocking. The people of King's Landing were shocked by the Megalosaurus's magic, and they all believed his words. Only people will lie. As the great guardian of light of the Church of the Seven Gods, the holy Megalosaurus will not lie. Everyone thinks so, and the sparrows also spread the news. As a result, the news that the Great Sparrow was the holy son of the Church of the Seven Gods spread wildly in the Seven Kingdoms, and the Church of the Seven Gods became more and more popular. Every day, a large number of productive knights, and the second sons of earls rushed to King's Landing, put on the seven-pointed cloak, and swore to the seven gods to become the children of war. Because of this, the Great Sparrow's position in King's Landing became more and more popular. The church not only obtained the logging rights of the imperial forest, but also recently intercepted one-third of the customs duties of the Blackwater Bay Pier. The Great Sparrow also accepted your proposal to request the Iron Throne to increase the number of seats in the Imperial Conference by 2. One belongs to the nuns, responsible for educating the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and regulating the behavior of women. The other belongs to the monks, representing the seven gods, and the archbishop to listen to the court and correct the parts that violate the teachings of the seven gods. If the Iron Throne does not act, it will lose control of King's Landing sooner or later. Wow, the Great Sparrow humbly accepted the advice. Well done. Danny smiled happily. Well done. Baristan raised his voice and said worriedly, Lannister is willing to lose his authority. Sooner or later, there will be a big conflict between the two sides. The church seems to be prosperous, but in the end, its foundation is weak. When Lannister pacifies Hejien and moves the main forces back to King's Landing, I'm afraid the great cathedral will be filled with blood. Cersei dares to jump? Does she really think that Blackie, the great guardian of light, is a freeloader? Tell the Great Sparrow, don't be afraid, I will support him at Slave Bay. After his death, the Church of the Seven Gods would still be controlled by Saint Danny. However, this could not be said to old Bart. Danny only said confidently, do you think there are many archbishops who are as tenacious and capable as the Big Sparrow? I'm younger than the Big Sparrow and destined to live longer than him. As long as I'm willing, it's not too difficult to restore the supreme monarchical power. Well, living long is also a kind of ability. Baristan had nothing to say. After ending the conversation with old Bart, Danny found that her magic power was only half consumed, so she began to contact Kuei-shi again. Since the three-eyed crow incident, every day before going to bed, Danny would send a soul-shaking, true dragon roar to Kuei-shi through the soul fragment on her wrist every night. It was not an offensive soul attack, but a soul-calming sound to cleanse evil. In the same dark and cramped stone room, Kuei-shi sat cross-legged on the soft couch, the glass candles were shining brightly. What's the matter? She asked. I want to see how you are doing. I'm fine. Recently, I'm considering whether to go deeper into the underground palace. Koichi said. I don't understand. You should know the limit of your power. Even if you really find the evil god in the underground palace, are you sure you can deal with him? Danny asked. Koichi said helplessly, the evil god of the underground palace has existed for tens of thousands of years. No one has ever been able to destroy him. I know my limits. I only plan to leave a magic seal in the depths of the underground palace to block the evil aura overflowing from the ground. The deeper you go into the underground palace, the closer you are to the demon god, the better the seal will be. A few thousand years before me, countless wizards have done the same thing. Danny's heart skipped a beat. He said, what do you think of the Great Wall's magic formation that suppresses evil forces? Is it as effective as yours? City builder Brandon's evil warding magic formation. Where did you find it? Koichi asked curiously. I'm surprised that you know about city builder Brandon, Danny said with a strange expression. Of course I know him. He's the founder of the evil suppressing magic. Wizards with ancient legacies all know about him, Koichi said. Are you sure? The Westeros Brandon is the ancestor of the Asian wizards. It's only limited to the evil suppressing magic. After a pause, Koichi said, besides the Great Wall, Winterfell and the Storm-Stop Fort have the power to suppress gods and demons. If you have the chance, go to the Storm-Stop Fort or Winterfell and try it out. Standing outside the walls, you won't be able to use magic to attack people inside the walls unless you enter the castle. There's no need to go to the Storm-Stop Fort. If it's really effective, I'll refurbish my Great Pyramid, Danny said. Where did you find Brandon's legacy? Koichi asked. I crossed the River of Time in the Song of Wind and saw him leading a group of Green Prophet to carve the magic formation stroke by stroke. I know the magic formations inside the Great Wall very well, so I can help the collapsed Great Wall to recharge quickly. Danny could not help but sigh as she recalled what she had seen. What song is the Song of Wind? How can you cross the River of Time? Koichi asked in surprise. It seems that you don't know everything, ha ha ha. Danny laughed proudly. I never said that I know everything, Koichi said coldly. Alright, it was my assumption. I thought you were a big shot and knew everything. Sigh, unknowingly, I've become a big shot. A real big shot, Danny said with a smile. All of a sudden, Koichi felt like punching that smug smiling face. Why are you looking for me? She asked in a muffled voice. If there's nothing, leave quickly. Danny couldn't see her expression and didn't seem to understand the meaning behind her words. The smile on her face grew wider and she said, I've recently formed a royal mage group, with 50 famous grandmasters both in and out of the country. With your ability and reputation, you're completely qualified to be the leader of the group. How about it? I can send a megalosaurus to pick you up from Thunder Island, it'll only take a day or two. I'm not going. I've said a long time ago that I won't interfere too deeply in your life. Moreover, you were very afraid of me back then, weren't you? Koichi said stiffly. Danny didn't deny it and said confidently, that was then and this is now. A person's tolerance will grow along with their strength. Then, she said in a tempting tone, the Westeros did encounter a lot of danger, but my gains were even greater. The City of Knowledge's secret arts of Valeglia, the Green Prophet's meditation, the foundation of deviant ghost spells, and even the Barren Land's necromancy spells, I've made some breakthroughs. Come here, we'll talk, study secret arts together, and explore the truth of the universe, what do you think? This time, Koichi was a little tempted. In just 2 years, the Dragon Queen had turned from a muggle into a rare great wizard. This talent and opportunity made people envious and impressed. If they could sit down and discuss with her, they would definitely gain a lot. The Thunder Island's Empress is not in a good state, I must fulfill my promise to Emperor Bogon. Koichi said. How long will it take? Danny asked. A year and a half is not short, 3 to 5 years is not long either. Dani licked her lips and said thoughtfully, the evil god of the underground palace, is it a demigod or a true god? Theoretically, true gods can't exist in the human world. Kuei-shi said hesitantly. The astral plane is just a legend, no one has ever been there, no one knows what it's like. Maybe, the astral plane is just a dimensional dimension connected to the human world. Dani guessed. What's a dimensional dimension? Another world, a small world. Dani's guess was well-founded. When the door god was still alive, his original body was in Hejian. When the Great Wall was built, 100 ancient royal girls were sacrificed, royal blood had power, to transfer the will and divine power of the weirwood into a branch. Maybe, after the door god became a god, his spiritual will lived in another space, which was the divine kingdom. His weirwood body was a coordinate and channel that connected to the real world. Whether he's a true god or a demigod, you and I can't afford to offend him. No matter how powerful your megalosaurus is, can it enter a narrow underground palace that's 1,000 meters underground? Kuei-shi said. Are you sure it's 1,000 meters deep? How did the ancient people build this kind of project? Dani was surprised. The underground palace I'm in now is at least 1,200 meters from the surface. Did you notice that I'm in the underground palace every time I see you recently? If it's not too deep and too far from the exit, why don't I rest in the luxurious palace at night and work during the day? Do you know where there are demigods? Don't be too powerful, like an immortal. Dani asked. Why? Kuei-shi asked curiously. Dani thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. My dragon likes to eat demigods. In quarrels, Blackie ate an immortal and grew tall and strong. In the Great Wall, Blackie ate the rat chef and became smart. I don't have to worry about his studies anymore. So I was thinking, can I let little white, little green, little gold, and little red grow taller and smarter? Dani said with an expectant expression. You, Kuei-shi pointed at Dani, her voice and arms trembling. Eat gods. You're crazy. Is your Targaryen mad blood acting up? Sigh, you don't know how hard it is for a mother to raise her children. She has to worry about their meals, teach them not to be bad, and be constantly on guard against dragon traders who might kidnap them. Then, when they grow up, she has to worry about their studies and worry about them getting shot on the battlefield. Mother Dragon said helplessly. Kuei-shi's face turned pale behind the wooden mask. After a while, she recovered and sighed. I've told you before that with a dragon by your side, you'll be immune to any curse or magical damage. But there's no shield in the world that can't be broken. When I said any, it obviously doesn't include the gods. If magic power is divided into levels, there's no doubt that the gods are of a higher level than the megalosaurus. Not to mention the true gods, even the megalosaurus can't handle some powerful demigods, such as the three-eyed crow. Dani smiled confidently and said loudly, in the past, I could only rely on the dragons to protect me. Now, I can protect them. If the megalosaurus can't handle the gods, I'll handle them. I have 3 blood guards, 7, 4 half-white knights, and more than 20 steel swords. What kind of gods can't I kill? Chapter 446. Kuei-shi agreed to spend 2 hours every day to exchange spells with the Dragon Queen. Yes, the Brandon Evil Suppression spell formation contained a lot of information. It involved the ancient language and green prophet runes that Kuei-shi could not understand. Dani had to teach Kuei-shi many times before she could learn it. At the same time, Kuei-shi would also teach the Dragon Queen and herself the Thunder Island Queen's suppression spell formation. The Thunder Island's underground palace had influenced the Thunder Island Queen for thousands of years. During that time, she had accumulated a lot of evil suppression spells and formations. This was also one of the rewards that the Thunder Island paid to Kuei-shi. The evil suppression spell formation could only be considered as a bonus for Dani. Her main purpose was to ask Kuei-shi about the problems she encountered when she was researching dead spirit spells. The matter about the magic jar's spirit Hades was a top secret. Before she completely destroyed the Black and White School, Dani did not intend to tell anyone. The three-eyed crow might know. She knew that he knew. Hence, she would kill him sooner or later. When she ended her conversation with Kuei-shi, the sky outside was already filled with the glow of the setting sun. It was almost dusk. Ah, autumn is here. The wind is blowing so hard that it ruffles the corners of my clothes and my hair. Dani stood behind Blackie. She listened to him stumbling as he finished reciting a text. Very good. Blackie, you're smart and hardworking. You'll definitely become a dragon god in the future. She stroked Blackie's hot nose and spoke with satisfaction. When she talked to Blackie, she used the Eastern Dragon language. It was just like when she was learning English. She could practice her oral English by communicating with foreigners every day. She was not afraid that he would not understand. A human and a dragon were both in the dragon spirit state. Even if he did not understand the language, he could still understand it. In fact, every time he encountered a new word, he would be able to learn another one. Dragon God. Blackie repeated her words. Its blood-red eyes shone with the brilliance of humanity. She patted Blackie's forehead and said with a smile, "Go to Dragonstone Island and bring the blacksmith Tobu here." Blacksmith. Blackie stood up and jumped down from the cliff beside them. It flapped its wings and quickly stabilized its body. Then, it sped up and entered the huge red sun in the west like a small black dot. Little Gold, come here. Let me see how heavy you are now. Dani withdrew her gaze and waved at the golden dragon who was lying on the stone slab and staring into the distance. Hiss! Xiao Jin screamed at Dani and crawled to her side, rubbing its head against her chest. The golden dragon was less than half a year old. It looked very long, about 7 meters from head to tail, but its slender neck and tail took up most of its body. Its body was like a skinny donkey. Dani put her left hand under Xiao Jin's neck and reached her right hand under Xiao Jin's leg. With a sudden push, she lifted Xiao Jin up. Wow, you're almost 200 pounds now. You're growing really fast. Dani's cheeks were slightly flushed, but it wasn't too strenuous. Squeak! Xiao Jin felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to struggle, but he was worried that he would trip his mother, so he could only stretch his neck and cry like a caught goose. Ha ha ha. Dani was amused. She flung him hard and threw him off the cliff. Plop. Xiao Jin rolled several times in a row in a cloud and disappeared from Dani's sight. Squeak! After more than 10 seconds, he was seen soaring into the sky like a flying crane, emerging from the mountain fog dyed red by the sunset. His cry was clear and melodious. Let's go back. Dani climbed onto Little Green's back and said with a refreshed expression. Astapor. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the lights in the city were as thin as the stars in the sky. Most of the residents who were tired from the day's work had fallen asleep. Only the dock area was still noisy, and the chaotic sounds drifted with the sea breeze into the ears of the people at the top of the Great Pyramid. An orange-sized dragon flame fireball hung in the air, casting a bright red light on the map on the long table. After taking a bath, Dani, who had changed into a beige linen dress, stood by the table and drew a circle on the map of Slave Bay with a red pen. She said to the Blood Alliance Guard, "From tomorrow onwards, Jogo will lead 1,000 men under your command north to Myrene. In the future, you will be nomadic between the edge of the Dothraki Sea and Borash, monitoring Khalasar from the Great Sea of Grass and the vanguard of the Alliance Army." Khaleesi, do you suspect that Akal has joined the Alliance Army? Jogo asked in surprise. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's only 1,000 men. If they really encounter Khalasar, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand it. There's even a possibility that they will be swallowed by the enemy's light cavalry, Clinton said with a frown. Although Clinton was a little inflexible during the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell, he was, after all, an orthodox noble officer. He had commanded tens of thousands of troops and had experience in large-scale battles. In terms of military quality, Beristan was probably the only one who was better than him, and Jorah Mormont was a little worse. Dany gave him the position of a military advisor and asked him to teach the new freedmen generals about the military knowledge of the combination of heavy cavalry and infantry. Well, Dany knew that her new freedmen had almost no military quality. After taking down Astapor, she set up a training course for famous generals, and let Jorah Mormont, Grey Worm, and Beristan be instructors. It was probably a super low-level version of the Huangpu Military Academy. In fact, all the generals in the army had received Beristan's teachings and could be considered his students. As for the Dragon Queen, not only was she not the principal of the school, but like many illiterate freedmen, she also learned the ability to lead troops and fight from old Bart. Knight, you're talking about conventional warfare. We have dragons, so we don't fight conventional warfare. As long as the main forces of the Alliance army with dragon-slaying crossbows have not entered Slaver's Bay, no one will dare to surround my men. Dany smiled. Clinton frowned and asked, can Astapor receive Knight Jogo's request for help in time? Of course not. It was more than 1,000 kilometers, and it would take about 2 days to send the message by Raven. 2 days was enough for Jogo's 1,000-men cavalry to die several times. Dany explained, when the vanguard of the Alliance army leaves Matarus and enters Slaver's Bay, I will announce that Slaver's Bay is in a state of combat readiness. At that time, there will be dragons patrolling the area around Slaver's Bay every day. There won't be a situation where our troops are suddenly surrounded and quickly wiped out. Moreover, Jogo's 1,000 men have horses, so they can immediately retreat when they encounter a large enemy force to avoid being entangled. Their main task is to prevent small groups of enemies from infiltrating our rear and destroying our food production plan. Yes, please continue. Clinton understood. Grey Worm, take 5,000 Unsullied to Meereen and take over John Bolton's city defense mission. Yes. Grey Worm accepted the order solemnly. Bolton. Dany looked at the commander of the Imperial Guards who had just recovered from a serious illness and was still a little pale. Your Imperial Guards will go up the Black Dragon River to the junction with the White Dragon River and build a permanent castle in the plains between the two rivers. The Black Dragon River was the original Skahazaban River. Its source was at the Raza River at the junction of the Red Wastes and the Dothraki Sea. The Raza people upstream also called it the Raza River. Skahazaban meant noble slave master in the Jiskali language, similar to Great Lord. Of course, Dany could no longer use this name. Therefore, the main river from Raza to Meereen became the Black Dragon River. She did not miss the famous northern cities of her previous life. The Black Dragon, a real black dragon, which was also Big Black. And the tributary from Meereen to the Kayuan Plains became the White Dragon River. Are you worried that there will be centaurs coming down from the Raza River? John Bolton was puzzled. Not centaurs. Centaurs don't take boats. Dany continued to move her finger east. Do you see? There are 2 cities here, Shamiliana and Biasabad. Raza was only 800 kilometers away from the Jade Sea, and at the junction of the Jade Sea and the mountain range, there were 2 cities. The city was built by the descendants of Hail Cologne. The kingdom of the descendants of Hair Crone, founded by the descendants of Yasser Yahai, was destroyed in the hands of the centaurs and zebras. The displaced survivors built the 3 fortress cities of Shamiliana, Kayakayanaya, and Biasabad at the 3 fortresses. Well, the dragon Granny, who hatched the dragon for the great sage Kayuan, was a priest from the Mizariana temple. The Red Jade warriors also joined the allied army. Clinton was shocked. Mizariana was ruled by the High Father, P.S., but the city's army was full of female warriors wearing iron rings and rubies on their cheeks. Just like the Westeros were the knockoff version of the British, the Red Jade warriors were the knockoff version of the Amazon warriors. No, Yora Mormont shook his head. But those fierce women will not refuse to provide services to the Allied army, such as accepting employment, such as renting docks for the Allied army's ships to dock. Danny said, actually, don't worry too much. We just need to guard the mouth of the Black Dragon River into Myrene, no matter how many people come. Bolton, you have 3 tasks. First, I want to build a city in this place, at least the prototype of a town. When you go there, you can go to the labor camp and pick 30,000 people. Second, with this city as the center, reclaim the wasteland in the surrounding areas with sufficient water. It's too extravagant for the Gith people to let such a fertile place grow grass for thousands of years. Third, I need you to be my representative. Go upstream and personally go to Raza. I want to form an alliance with the Raza people. The shepherds are useless. They can't do anything but cry in front of the scimitars, Rakalo said. Everyone knows that the shepherds are cowardly. Jogo nodded in agreement. But the Raza people are good at farming, the centaurs are good at fighting, and the shepherds are good at farming, Kue Luo said hesitantly. Danny looked at her Megalosaurus guards in surprise. Could the dragon essence really be able to enlighten them? Sigh, back then, when you were 15, you were all the same, pure centaurs, brainless and reckless. Now that you've grown taller, you still refuse to use your brains. Look at Kue Luo, I dare say that he'll be the most legendary sage of the centaurs in the future, Dragon Queen said in a complicated tone as she looked at her centaur followers. Kue Luo's bronze cheeks reddened. It's all thanks to Calixi's good teaching. Look, he's speaking so well. Rakalo glared at Kue Luo, who was gradually becoming someone else's child, and said righteously, even without Kue Luo, didn't Calixi also want to form an alliance with the shepherds and have them help us farm? That's why, with Calixi around, the centaurs don't need brains. Yes, as long as our scimitars are sharp enough. Jogo looked at the armored Kue Luo and said disdainfully, look at how cowardly Kue Luo is now. I dare say that even if he takes off his armor, he won't be able to last 10 moves against me. Alright, let's go down and try later, Kue Luo said angrily with his hand on the hilt of his sword. He had gained knowledge and wisdom, but still retained the courage and bravery of the centaurs. You can fight, but you have to use a blunt sword. And Kue Luo doesn't have to take off his armor. On the battlefield, Jogo, can you make the enemy take off his armor? Danny shrugged and said casually. Chapter 447. Danny said, John, your mission isn't just to form an alliance with the Leza. I hope that they can collectively move to Slaver's Bay and become my allies, as well as my people. I will make a sacred vow to keep them safe and provide the Leza with a bountiful and vast land. They will also need to swear eternal loyalty to me, to Targaryen, in the form of farming and food. John Bolton asked, what if they're unwilling? After all, the Leza River is their homeland for thousands of years. Tell them that if the Alliance attacks Slaver's Bay from the Jade Sea, they will definitely take food along the way and even capture the Leza as slave laborers. Secondly, the Leza River is next to the Great Sea of Grass. Almost every Khal will go there to hunt after leaving Centaur City. They should know this better than I do. With me at Slaver's Bay, no centaur can cross Myrene except for my Khalasar. The Leza can enjoy unprecedented peace and tranquility in the White Dragon River. Lastly, the long night is coming. They are harassed by centaurs year after year, so they definitely have no food reserves. Only by forming an alliance with me and pledging their loyalty to me can the Leza avoid the danger of destruction in the long night. Tell all the Leza that I, Danny Liz Targaryen, am their savior. John Bolton nodded thoughtfully and asked, farm at the White Dragon River. You don't plan to let the Leza come to Astapor? It's too much of a waste of time to let the Leza migrate to the Worm River. It will probably take a year or two. The Leza live upstream of the Black River. If they follow the river downstream, they will reach the intersection of the White Dragon River and the Black River in a week, which is where I want you to build the city. After that, they will migrate south along the White Dragon River. The water route is convenient and fast. In about 2 months, the Leza will be able to start farming in the White Dragon River. After arranging the tasks for the guards, Dani turned her gaze to the centaurs again. Quairo, work with Ricardo. From now on, build 3 fodder fields around Mirin, Astapor, and Cayuan. Each field can hold at least 10,000 cows. Cows? Ricardo was puzzled. Why not healthy horses? When the long night comes, the warhorses will be of no use. We'll just kill them and make them into bacon. Instead, we need cows to provide milk, cheese, and butter for daily necessities. Are 10,000 cows enough? Kue Luo asked doubtfully. It's barely enough to supply the city. From this day on, I will store an unlimited amount of butter and cheese. The pyramid in the city will be the storehouse. Moreover, the farmers outside the city also raise cattle. I will also issue an edict for them to start preparing early. At the very least, they must be self-sufficient. How long can the food in Slave Bay last? Clinton suddenly asked. Cora looked at him deeply and said, do you know about the Great Leap in food production? More than 1 million people had opened up tens of millions of acres of fertile land, and the progress had not stopped even now. Rice could be harvested 3 times a year, and barley and turnips could be harvested twice a year. Under extreme conditions, the annual food production of Slave Bay is enough for at least 2 million people to eat for 10 years. 10 years? This is crazy, Clinton said in shock. Dani smiled faintly and said, why else would it be called Great Leap Forward? 1 million people only grow food, rest for 2.5 days a week, and repeat the cycle of reclamation and farming. Then, they buy the rice that they planted 3 months ago, reclaim it, and farm again. They are so obedient. Aren't they tired? Clinton said in disbelief. Scarback Simon, the commander of the Liberty Wings cavalry, said, it's much easier than when they were slaves. There are even art troupes performing for everyone. Who knows how prosperous their lives are now? Fat Scholar Morono, the commander of the Liberty Wings infantry, said proudly, even if the long night really comes, and it lasts for 20 years like last time, not a single person will starve to death. 20 years? In just 2 years of winter, more than half of the people in the Northern Territory will die. If this continues for 4 years, 70% of the Westeros will die. After 20 years, I think only a group of nobles guarding the castle will survive, Clinton said in despair. Dani prepared a batch of food, about 200,000 tons, and stored it on Dragonstone Island. Old Yamont's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. Finally, he sighed. Silence did not speak. If this long night was really like last time and lasted for a generation, close to 20 years, then 2 million tons of food would not be able to save the Westeros. This long night will definitely not last for 20 years, Jorah Mormont looked at Dani and said confidently. With Her Majesty the Queen, 5 dragons, 20 tile swords, and 2 sets of tile armor, we will be able to kill the deviant Ghost King no matter what. There is also the Lightbringer. That sword is able to suppress deviant ghosts. After Stannis dies, Dani can inherit it, Old Yamont said excitedly. Old Master, why do you think Stannis will die? Dani's mouth twitched. He is not the true owner of the Lightbringer, but he has the Lightbringer. If he doesn't die, where will the child of prophecy get the sword? Yamont said confidently. What he said, it seemed to make sense. The Lightbringer is nothing. Dani smiled proudly. I have recorded 70% of the magic runes in the sword. In 2 days, Big Black will bring the blacksmith Butto back. When I master the magic spell to reforge the tile swords, I will immediately melt down all 20 tile swords and reforge them. All of us will have a Lightbringer made of tile swords. We are all saviors. Ah. Everyone was surprised and happy, but old Yamant fell into a daze. If everyone had a light bringer in their hands, then how much would the child of prophecy, who had been devalued by the Dragon Queen, be worth in the future? Can ordinary people use magic swords? Jorid asked doubtfully. I will try and see if I can make you become a magic swordsman. Let's test your talent first. If you have extraordinary talent, you can learn fire magic directly. If you don't have talent, maybe we can try to create talent with blood magic, Danny said uncertainly. Blood magic? Danny, you know blood magic? Old Yamant frowned. Danny shook her head and said seriously, I saw Jenny in Mat Eris. She has Balerian's spirit in her body. I plan to find a chance to kill her and steal her treasure. She must know the most advanced blood witchcraft. Clinton, old Yamant, John Bolton, everyone was stunned. They looked at the serious Dragon Queen with their mouths wide open. Kill Balerian. Old Yamant's face turned pale. His body swayed as he supported himself on the table. He said in a trembling voice, that is the ancestor god of Valeglia. We Targaryens have believed in her for 6,000 years. She is already with the allies. Of course, she must be killed, Danny said firmly. But, she is a god. Old Yamant murmured as if he was about to break down. How can a human fight a god? What are you saying? Have you forgotten about the rat chef? Ah. The meeting ended, and everyone dispersed. When Danny was about to return to her room to rest, little Aegon came to the top floor and found her. Little Aegon and Tyrion had just arrived at Slave Bay. They did not understand the situation and did not have the position of commander, so they did not participate in this war mobilization meeting. Aegon looked around at the people who were packing up the map and preparing to leave. He said, Aunt Danny, I want to talk to you alone. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. Take your time. Old Aemon took the lead and was the first to bid farewell. Although the others wanted to watch the show, they also hastened their footsteps. Soon, only Danny and Aegon were left on the top floor. Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red were sleeping on the thick wall. What do you want to say? Danny picked up a glass bottle from the table and poured herself a glass of pink peach blossom wine. Aegon stood upright, looking at the Dragon Queen who was sitting leisurely on her throne. I want a dragon, he said stiffly. I want to be a dragon. I want to be a dragon knight. A Targaryen without a dragon has no right to be a king. Hee hee. Danny smiled meaningfully and asked, didn't we agree to wait until the long night is over before we consider the Iron Throne? Anyway, I promised that if we really meet the King of Deviant Ghosts, I'll definitely give you my head. This has nothing to do with me becoming the Dragon King. With a dragon, I don't need your help to kill the King of Deviant Ghosts. Aegon pursed his lips and said stiffly. Danny shook her head and sighed. Your thoughts are very dangerous. You don't know how scary deviant ghosts are, and you don't know how dangerous Westeros are. I know that Westeros have dragon-slaying crossbows. I'll be careful, Aegon said. Dragon-slaying crossbows. Hee hee. The Dragon Queen's scornful laughter made Aegon's handsome face turn red. Seeing this, Danny didn't take it too far and asked curiously, I didn't forbid you from interacting with dragons. Haven't you been accompanying Scholar Yamant to feed Little Red recently? He doesn't like me. I think he's very good to you. He let you attend his little class with Missandei and Larissa. He even tutored you in the history of the Targaryen family alone every morning. Scholar Yamant is very good. He's a red dragon. He doesn't like me. Aegon was a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, when I touch him, he bites my finger. He's closer to Scholar Yamant. A dragon can only have one dragon knight. Maybe Little Red recognizes Yamant. Danny's violet pupils shrank and she asked softly, he really bit you? Did you try a few more times? I tried, but he didn't let me touch him. Being rejected by a young dragon made Aegon feel inexplicably ashamed and angry. Now that he was repeatedly questioned by the Dragon Queen, he said irritably, "I said, a dragon can only have one dragon knight." Little Red met Scholar Ymont first. "You can't have forgotten that Ymont is also a Targaryen, right?" Dany's eyes flashed and she advised, "You're very anxious now." "That's not right. I suggest that you take a peaceful attitude and cultivate a relationship with Little Red for a while, then try a few more times." This Aegon even despised the Targaryen ancestral Megalosaurus. Was he really Rhaegar's son? And Jon could make Little White have a good impression of him. Aegon scratched his head and said anxiously, "Little Red was just born and is too young. I can't wait." "Aunt, you said it yourself. The night is coming, and I don't want to be idle in Astapor." "Then which dragon do you want?" The emotions in Dany's eyes turned cold, and her smile became gentler. "You want my dragon? See if I don't take your life first." "Has Big Black established a dragon knight connection with you?" Aegon asked. "I'm different from ordinary Targaryens. No Megalosaurus will reject me. This silly child, he likes Big Black. Then, can I choose a black dragon as my partner?" Aegon asked expectantly. "Big Black is on a business trip. Try again when he comes back," Dany said calmly. "Then I'll try the green dragon first, okay?" Aegon sighed and turned his gaze to Little Green on the wall. As if sensing his gaze, Little Green's emerald green vertical pupils suddenly opened. Aegon took a step back in panic. He. Dany took a sip of the peach blossom wine and laughed like a bell. He didn't even have the courage to face the might of a true dragon, and he wanted to subdue a Megalosaurus? Aegon's face flushed red, and determination flashed in his purple eyes. He strode forward and said loudly, "Little Green, I am the son of Rhaegar and Ilya, Aegon Targaryen. I have the blood of a true dragon. Be my partner." Chapter 448. I am Laejazi, the king of the Undulls, Lorna, and ancestors, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm, Little Green, Green Dragon. Aegon was very excited, his cheeks and eyes turning red. "Be my partner and submit to me." Dany's aunt was unhappy. Such a long title sounded very imposing, but even she was embarrassed to use it. "You don't live up to your name, but you said it without any shame. Also, you dare to say that you want my son to submit to you? This nephew is even more annoying than my second nephew. Why don't I find a chance to send him to the Great Wall and become a knight guardian with his illegitimate brother?" Although they couldn't control the dragon's spirit, Little Green and Little Gold could vaguely sense their mother's thoughts. She didn't like this guy who was shouting. Thus, when Aegon got closer and closer, Greenie stuck out its neck like a snake and opened its mouth to roar. Hiss, ah! Aegon's silver hair danced in the sulfuric breath. His excited face turned pale instantly, his eyes filled with fear, and he screamed and fell to the ground. And this useless behavior increased the hostility in Little Green's heart. Its throat turned red, and dragon flames spurted out. "Little Green, shut up." Dany's smile disappeared. She stood up quickly and activated the fire control technique. She didn't care about her nephew's life, but there were only the two of them here, and he died in Little Green's mouth. Who would believe the Dragon Queen if she said she wasn't a kinslayer? Boom! Aegon's body seemed to be covered with a transparent eggshell-like shield. The dragon flames were like river water hitting a reef, and the bright red flames split around Aegon's body. The sea of golden red flames in front of him made Aegon scream in fear. Huff, huff, huff! Dany waved her hand and scattered dragon flames soared into the sky. They were like fireworks that bloomed in an instant. They came brilliantly and disappeared just as quickly. Aegon was still slumped on the ground as he screamed. His voice traveled down the corridor and into the palace below, alarming Ymont, Clinton, and the others. Squeak, the little green centipede let out a squeak and retracted its neck. It lay back down and closed its eyes to rest. Danny looked at him with a strange expression and said with surprise and suspicion, "I didn't expect Little Green to have such a bad temper." Yes, this fellow had also spat fire at her when she was young. "What's wrong? What happened?" Clinton hurriedly ran to Aegon's side and hugged him. As if he had lost his soul, Aegon sat on the ground in a daze. "Ah! Danny, what's going on?" Old Ymont walked over with Cora's help and asked. The old man looked worriedly at her and then at Aegon, as if he suspected that she had done something to him. Danny sighed. "Aegon wanted to tame a dragon. I told him to slowly develop a relationship with Little Red. He thought Little Red was too small and wanted Dahe. I told him that Dahe went to Dragonstone Island and had to wait for a few days. He said Little Green was fine too, and then he shouted at Little Green. He said something like, 'I am Laegiazi, the king of the Undulls, Loinars, and ancestors, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the guardian of the realm, Green Dragon, submit to me.'" Before Danny could finish, the little devil couldn't help but laugh. In this quiet and serious situation, his laughter was particularly harsh. "What's wrong?" Danny raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Your Majesty, please continue." The dwarf also noticed the unfriendly gazes of Clinton and the others. "That's it." Little Green spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. "Fortunately, I was by his side and saved him," Danny said calmly. "Ha ha ha." Tyrion couldn't help but laugh at Aegon, who was gradually recovering on the ground. "Your Highness, dragons aren't tamed like this. If you do this, even 100 lives won't be enough. To tame a dragon, you should at least prepare a few sheep, a few cows, and feed them with your own hands. Also, you can't wake them up at night from their sleep. Think about it, even if you're a rational human, if I wake you up in the middle of the night, you'll also punch me in anger, right?" "Indeed." Old Ymont also sighed and said, "Before you become a dragon knight, don't put pressure on the Megalosaurus. They are sensitive and can sense your emotions." "Your Majesty should have reminded His Highness," Clinton said with some resentment. "Remind what? I've never encountered such a thing. In fact, my Megalosaurus guards, a dozen centaurs have taken care of the Megalosaurus for so long, but they've never been attacked by the Megalosaurus." Danny frowned. "Yes, the Megalosaurus never spits fire at us. Moreover, under Calixi's guidance, the Megalosaurus also changed its habit of eating humans." Chui Luo said with certainty. "The Megalosaurus guards are different from Aegon." Tyrion's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. "The Megalosaurus can sense people's emotions. Don't doubt it. If it can't connect with people's minds, why is there the saying, 'one dragon and one night'? Obviously, the Megalosaurus guards are only responsible for taking care of the Megalosaurus and have never thought of conquering them, so they won't be attacked by the Megalosaurus. But the preparatory dragon knights are different. Before the Megalosaurus went extinct, how many Targaryens and Valerians died in the process of dragon taming? Do you really think it's so easy to be a dragon knight?" Danny glanced at him and said, "You know quite a lot." "Your Majesty, I'm not boasting, but in today's world, I'm one of the few Megalosaurus experts. When I was very young, I dreamed of having a dragon of my own, even if it was a pygmy dragon like me. Taking off my armor to meet a dragon is my life's wish. There's no greater miracle in the world than a dragon." Tyrion looked at the 3 dragons sleeping together on the wall, his eyes full of love and desire. The emotion in his eyes was so sincere that Danny was infected. After a while, the imp sighed and said, "When Uncle told me that the dragons were extinct, I cried, really. That was the only time I didn't cry because Cersei bullied me. For the sake of the dragons, I didn't feel ashamed. Since then, I've done everything possible to collect books related to dragons and understand everything related to dragons. It's not an exaggeration to say that I have the world's most complete book, Dragons, lizards, and pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race. Then, he said as if he was begging, "Your Majesty, you can let me join the Megalosaurus guards. I swear to take care of your dragons. The wildfire general can't use my talents at all." Danny avoided his eyes and said calmly, "I don't lack Megalosaurus guards." Aegon stood up with a pale face and suddenly said, "I'm Legiazi." So. Tyrion didn't understand. He had said it so clearly, why did the young prince still emphasize his identity? "I'm closest to Aunt Dany. Dragons have 3 heads, and I'm one of them. The prophecy said so." Aegon emphasized. "Who do you think the other head is? Could it be Scholar Ymont?" Tyrion asked with interest. Old Ymont's eyes flashed as he thought of Jon, who was suspected to be Liga's illegitimate son. He said calmly, "A prophecy is a prophecy. Dragons won't change their habits because of a prophecy. Aegon, you're too reckless. And Dany, you too. You shouldn't have let him get close to Megalosaurus like Greenie and Blackie. Aegon wants to ride a dragon to seize the Iron Throne. The little dragon can't carry him," Dany said. Ymont furrowed his brows and looked at the people around him. He said with hesitation, "Aegon, I don't recommend you to go to the King's Landing, and don't even think about bringing a dragon to the Westeros." "Why? Shouldn't I take back what belongs to Targaryen?" Aegon said emotionally. "Three-eyed crow. Westeros are too dangerous for you." The old scholar clenched his teeth and decided to tell the truth. "There aren't just deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. There's also the Green Prophet, the three-eyed crow, Blinden. He can control people's thoughts and even steal dragons." Scholar, what are you talking about?" Tyrion, Clinton, and little Aegon were all dumbfounded. Could it be that the old scholar could still awaken the mad blood at such an old age? Wasn't it a little too late? Sigh, even deviant ghosts have appeared. What's the big deal about the Green Prophet? The old man spoke with a complicated tone about how Dany was controlled by the three-eyed crow after she entered the Westeros. The others were stunned when they heard this, but Tyrion was still skeptical. He chuckled and said, "It sounds like a legend. I even met the rat chef in the Nightfall Castle. Do you believe me?" Dany asked with a smile. "Hee hee." Tyrion laughed lazily. "There's also Mad Axe. I didn't find him before I left. I wonder if the red-robed woman caught him," Ymont said. "Hee hee." Tyrion laughed lazily. Dany turned to nephew Gu. She saw that he had come back to his senses and was also skeptical. She couldn't help but suggest, "Aegon, since you're in a hurry to seize the Iron Throne, why don't you go to the Great Wall for an internship?" "Internship for what?" Aegon was puzzled. "Internship to become a child of prophecy." Dany's aunt said seriously, "Only by going beyond the Great Wall and fighting deviant ghosts can you quickly become a qualified savior. As long as you end the Nightfall, no one will be able to stop you from ascending the Iron Throne." "No, it's too dangerous to go to the Great Wall." Clinton rejected it immediately. "Then, will he still abide by the promise of, the one who ends the Nightfall will be king? The prerequisite for me supporting him is that he can fulfill my promise. Otherwise, I'll become a traitor," Dany said. Clinton said uncertainly, "We'll see when the Nightfall arrives. The prince is a child of summer. If the Nightfall is real, I'm afraid." Tyrion shook his head and didn't continue speaking. However, everyone understood what he was implying. A person who didn't even dare to go to the Great Wall definitely couldn't become a child of prophecy. Aegon's face turned green and red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Give me a white dragon or a black dragon. I'll immediately go to the Great Wall to kill a few deviant ghosts. Your Highness, this isn't a matter of giving them to you. The key is whether you can subdue them." Tyrion didn't know when it started, but there was a hint of well-hidden disdain in his eyes. "Even a green dragon can scare you to the ground. A black dragon is even more terrifying. I heard that it can even speak. Then, he asked Danny curiously, I've seen a black dragon a few times, but I've never heard it speak. Danny rolled her eyes at him and said, it's not like he's a chatterbox. Why would he chat with you for no reason? Alright, that's all for today. She yawned and said impatiently, everyone, disperse. Dragon Queen, the centaur maid, and old Yamont's rooms were on the top floor, while Aegon and the others were on the second floor. When they walked out of the staircase, Tyrion noticed Aegon's gloomy and angry expression. He pulled him to the side and whispered, are you unhappy? What are you doing? Aegon asked gloomily. If a man is unhappy, he should vent it out. Tyrion said with a sly smile. The green dragon was indeed angered by me. It's not my aunt's fault. I don't know how to tame a dragon, so I was a little reckless. Aegon sighed. Tyrion looked at him appreciatively and nodded in his heart. Although this child is irritable and impulsive, he has his redeeming qualities. Clinton and Ashera taught him well. It's definitely not your aunt, but you can find other women to vent it on. Tyrion chuckled. Chapter 449. Find a woman. Little Aegon's cheeks instantly flushed red as he stuttered. Of course, only a woman can comfort a man, Tyrion laughed. But Aegon's eyes were wandering as he looked left and right. Clinton and the rest had already gone downstairs, leaving only the two of them at the staircase. I can't go, as if he had heard the most terrifying thing, he shook his head repeatedly. Why? Are you worried about your aunt? Ha! Tyrion raised his eyebrows as he laughed, Your Highness, it's obvious that the Dragon Queen means what she says. If she says she won't marry you, then she definitely won't marry you. It's useless for you to keep your chastity for her. No, Aegon was angered by the little devil's teasing expression. He straightened his neck and said, I don't want to go myself. Tyrion looked at him strangely, Little Prince, you're 17 years old, right? TSK, you're still a virgin. Little devil, you're a shameless bastard. I'm different from you, Aegon said angrily. Yes, we're different. I'm a man, and you're still a child. Men build their careers, and children go home to drink milk, Tyrion puffed out his chest and said proudly. I really do have the talent to anger princes. Looking at Aegon's twisted face and red eyes, the little devil thought proudly. Sigh, how many times has this little prince gone crazy because of me? Why is it that every time I see him, I can't help but think of my nephew Joffrey? Why am I inexplicably happy when I see him jumping around in anger because of me? Even if I get slapped, I'll be happy. Slap. Aegon raised his right hand and slapped him. Tyrion took a step back and raised his hand to block the slap. Shoo. He put his right index finger to his lips and said softly, Little Prince, do you want your Aunt Queen to see how you lose your composure and beat up her minister? He pointed at his green leather armor that had a picture of a roaring black dragon printed on it and said, I'm a third-rank wildfire general, not Hugo Caesar. Well, when he was still Hugo, on the way from Pentos to Slave Bay, when he was beaten up after angering little Aegon, he would not dodge. Aegon was stronger than him, so he couldn't resist. If I hit you, my aunt would only clap her hands and cheer. Little Aegon said hatefully. Even though he said that, he raised his head and carefully glanced in the direction of the top floor, giving up on the idea of slapping the dwarf again. Sooner or later, the wildfire will burn you to ashes, he cursed. Yeah, there's the possibility of being blown up into the sky by the wildfire every day. I have to get drunk today. Tyrion sighed and walked directly towards the red brick door, saying as he walked, the red nun of the Church of the Seven Gods is one of a kind in the world. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The Seven Gods nun. Aegon exclaimed. There's hope. Tyrion's eyes flashed and he stopped in his tracks. A devout nun in the day and incomparably lewd at night. By the way, do you believe in the 7 gods? Of course, Sister Asherah is my spiritual mentor, little Aegon said. Then, have you ever dreamed of your spiritual mentor at night, and then secretly changed your underwear the next morning? Tyrion chuckled. You, Aegon pointed at him, his face flushed red. Looks like I have. Tyrion smiled in understanding. Don't be shy, I even dreamed of my sister when I was young, do you believe it? You beast. Aegon said agitatedly. Hee, aren't your grandfather and grandmother also brother and sister? You Targaryens have so many examples of brother and sister unions, and you even want to marry your own aunt. Are they all beasts? Tyrion retorted. This is a Targaryen tradition, Aegon argued. Lannister can learn the traditions of Targaryen as well. Now he's even learning from you, sitting on the Iron Throne, being a king, being a mad king. Lannister's throne won't be stable, I swear, Aegon said coldly. You don't even have a dragon, what's the use of swearing? Only your aunt can do that. I will have one, a dragon has 3 heads, and I'm one of them. Words are like the wind, prophecies are also words. Tyrion glanced at the peer and said anxiously, Red Nun can choose any of the Passion Garden's Red Nun. If you're late, you can only eat the leftovers. I don't have time to chat with you, just say it, do you want to be a man? How was little Aegon supposed to answer that? Of course I'm a man, he said stiffly. Then come with me, you'll be a man tomorrow morning. Saying that, the imp walked out of the door and climbed down the stairs of the great golden tower. Little Aegon hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. Hey, little prince, you don't know how lucky you are to have an old hand like me as your mentor. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Tyrion's lips curled into a smug smile. You're not my mentor. Little Aegon shrunk his neck and looked back at the palace door from time to time. He was very conflicted, he was excited to explore a new world, but he was also hesitant to expect his foster father to come out and call him back. If you knew how my mentor dealt with me, you wouldn't have such an attitude. Tyrion's tone became very complicated, and even Aegon could hear the sadness in it. Your mentor, who are they? He asked. My brother and father, Tyrion said. What did they do? Tyrion was absent-minded for a moment, his footsteps slowed down and he muttered, When I was 13, Jaime and I saved a cute peasant girl from bandits, she fell in love with me. Maybe. Anyway, I loved her very much, really. I bribed a cultivator to arrange a simple but incredibly sweet secret wedding for me and Tessa. Damn it, your first time was so beautiful, but you tricked me into giving my first time to a prostitute. Aegon cursed and was about to turn around and leave. Listen to the story first, Tyrion pulled him back. After you hear it, you'll definitely be impatient to find a prostitute and give her your virginity and innocence. Go on, Aegon said stiffly. He changed his mind, a dwarf at 13 years old. He was already 17 this year, he really couldn't be a boy anymore. After that, my brother told me that the hero saving the damsel in distress was a scam. Tessa was only a prostitute that he paid to let me experience the matters between a man and a woman, Tyrion said. Heir. Aegon was stunned, then hesitantly said, the Kingslayer went a bit overboard. Tyrion stopped, turned around and looked at him with a complicated expression, then said, How I wished that he had the same thoughts as you back then. Aegon didn't reply, so Tyrion continued, I cried, I threw a tantrum, I didn't believe it, I wanted Tessa, I was only 13 at that time, I didn't have any grudges against my country, I was much younger than you are now. And then? To make me see the truth, my father gave Tessa to a battalion of soldiers, 1 silver coin per person, and they could have her, 100 guards, 100 silver coins. Aegon shuddered, then muttered, Your father is a beast. Very good, in this regard, we have reached a consensus, Tyrion nodded with satisfaction, then sighed. A beast's father gave birth to a beast's son. I stood on the side and watched, until my dick was about to explode, and then I became the 101st. For this, my father paid Tessa a gold dragon. According to his words, Lannisters should always be a cut above others, and the price should be higher than the average person. You really are a beast. Aegon said coldly. Kid, let's play a game later. If you win, I'll shout, Tyrion is a beast 3 times to the sky. How about that? Tyrion said with a strange smile. What game? You'll know in a while. Aegon fell silent again. At this time, they had already walked down the pyramid. The unsullied trainees guarding the stairs at the door only glanced at them, then untied the fence. Tyrion found a white-painted carriage with a kerosene lamp in front of the square, handed a few copper coins to the coachman, and pulled little Aegon in. You're so familiar with your movements, it's not your first time, right? Aegon asked suspiciously. I'm a normal man, and I've been in Slave Bay for so long, of course it's not my first time. Although Astapor is not as prosperous as Volantis, it still has a market that's open. You should have come out with me a long time ago, Tyrion said. The female dwarf Fenny likes you, we can all see it, Aegon suddenly said. Fenny. Tyrion was stunned, then sighed, Fenny is a good girl, I don't want to hurt her. Aegon looked at him strangely. Hee hee. Tyrion laughed bitterly, then asked, do you know the ending of the story? What story? Tessa and Tywin. Where did Tessa go? Aegon asked. I want to know too, I even asked my dad about it. We didn't come to an agreement, so, he was killed by me. Tyrion shrugged. You're crazy, Aegon's eyes widened, and said in shock, you killed your father for a prostitute from more than a decade ago? After the trial, Jaime forced Jaime to save me. Maybe he thought it was the last time he said goodbye to his deformed and pitiful brother, or maybe Jaime suddenly had a conscience. He told me something. What is it? He lied to me, he and my dad both lied to me. Tessa wasn't a prostitute, at least before she met our family of beasts, she was just a pure and kind peasant girl. Aegon was shocked, and his eyes widened. Could it be, Tessa really? She didn't even know my identity as Lannister at that time. Jaime and I wore casual clothes, dressed as third-rate mercenary knights. Maybe, she thought I was the pet of the tall and handsome knight Jaime, a deformed little devil monkey at first. But Tessa didn't care about my dwarf size at all, she even thought that I was so small, such a pitiful dwarf dared to fight against the fierce bandits. I was very brave. Tyrion held up 3 fingers, I've only met such a woman 3 times in my life. The first time was Tessa, the second time was Shui. It was fake. I thought Shui was the second Tessa, I also loved her like Tessa, then she personally proved to me how rare Tessa was. The third one was Jenny. I'm not sure if she would still love me if she wasn't a dwarf. But there's no doubt that her love is as sincere as Tessa's. If that's the case, why didn't you marry her? Aegon was confused. Only a virgin like you can say such words. If you have someone in your heart at all times, you won't provoke another person who deserves the same pity. Creaked out the carriage stopped, and the decadent sounds from the temple's passion garden entered their ears. The coachman in the front row knocked on the wooden wall and said softly, Lord Wildfire, we're here. Tyrion jumped down from the carriage, holding a silver coin in his hand, and said to the coachman, remember, call me Lion King, Angry Lion, but don't call me Lord Wildfire. Okay, Lord Wildfire. The dwarf's body stiffened, and he stuffed the silver coin back into his pocket. Chapter 450. The former Temple of Divine Grace, today's Temple of Light, was a pyramid-themed building complex. The pyramid here was not as tall as Dany's Great Pyramid, but the platform at the top was wider. There was a clear swimming pool, a red rose garden, a lavender vineyard, a green olive forest, a white laurel bush, women in red tulle were flirting on the stone steps in front of the swimming pool, waiting for customers to choose. There were the sounds of men and women having fun everywhere in the garden, the sound of music, drinking, and even the low moans that made one's imagination run wild. Tyrion stood at the entrance of the garden, as high-spirited as a general returning from the battlefield. He said loudly to Aegon, who was stunned, "Now, do you know why I brought you here?" "I won't thank you," Aegon said stubbornly. "You can't be taught." Tyrion shook his head and sighed. "If you don't experience big and small battles, how can you become a veteran of the battlefield? If you don't see all kinds of women, how can you distinguish true love from false love? If I had the experience I have now, I would at least be able to distinguish Jaime's lies immediately." "How do you distinguish?" Aegon said blankly. Tyrion patted him on the back and said with a complicated tone, "Do you know how to distinguish new shoes from old shoes? Unfortunately, I've been muddle-headed all these years, and only now have I figured out such a simple problem. Now, you can get my advanced experience without going through the vicissitudes of life. Be happy." Then, the dwarf strode into the Garden of Desire, opened his arms, and shouted, "Devout nuns, Lord Wildfire, am here for evening prayers again. Ah, Lord Wildfire, choose me, choose me. General Wildfire, use your green flames to burn my passion." The red-clothed nuns on the steps waved and cheered. Who is this dwarf? Why is he so popular? In the garden, a sea merchant was puzzled. "This is General Wildfire, the great hero who made the wildfire specially for the queen," a red-clothed nun beside him said. "Great hero?" The sea merchant was even more puzzled. The wildfire was prepared for the Alliance army, and if he was careless and the wildfire failed, he would immediately die. If he wasn't a great hero, then what was he? Before General Wildfire dies, we have to take good care of him. Ah. The sea merchant's face contorted. An hour later, in Tyrion's mini-game, Aegon suffered a crushing defeat. Not long after, a nun screamed in horror in the Passion Garden. This nun was a blue nun during the day. At night, she would put on a red veil and enter the Passion Garden. A moment later, Tyrion screamed in terror. "Ah!" Little Aegon screamed in despair. The Passion Garden was shrouded in fear. The nuns and patrons ran around screaming. Dany was woken up from her sleep. After waking up, she ordered the Unsullied to bring everyone to the top of the pyramid. At dawn, standing on the pyramid, one could see the gray sea fog that covered the city like cotton candy, and the golden morning glow splashed vibrantly in the indigo sky in the far east. The slightly cool sea breeze stirred the sea of fog, gently caressing Dany's cheeks, making her feel refreshed. "What's going on?" Little Aegon and Tyrion were disheveled, slumped on chairs as if they had lost their parents. They were 4 to 5 meters away from everyone, and were still wrapped in blankets. Clinton's expression was solemn, and his eyes flickered. The sorrow on Green Saintess Grazda's face almost melted into water, dripping down her chin. "Your Majesty, there's a grey plague in the city," she wailed. "What, grey plague? Are you kidding me?" Before Dany could react, old Ymont jumped up. "Yes, grey plague. Lord Wildfire has been infected. Prince Aegon is probably..." The Green Saintess hesitated, her expression conflicted. "Woo!" Aegon suddenly wailed, miserable and sorrowful. 7 levels of hell, Aegon, you're infected too." Old Ymont's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. "Woo, I might have been infected by the little devil." Aegon's face was covered in tears as he cried in despair. 7 gods, it's my first time, and I've experienced such a tragedy. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone with the little devil." "What first time?" Ymont asked curiously. "Prince Aegon and General Wildfire went to the Passion Garden last night," the old saintess said. Under the reproachful gazes of Clinton and old Ymont, Tyrion sighed. "I did it out of kindness. The little prince is already 17 years old. If you were in the Westeros, you would have already experienced appropriate, aristocratic education. You should know this better than me. You can find a maid, Clinton said, suppressing his anger. In the Queen's palace, find the Queen's maid? Tyrion mocked. It's not a big deal to go to the Passion Garden. Dany waved her hand and asked in confusion, first, explain how the Grey Plague came about. Of course, she knew about the Grey Plague. The Grey Plague had similar symptoms to the Grayscale disease, but the degree of harm was different. Strictly speaking, the Grayscale disease was not terrible. It was difficult to be infected without touching the lesion on the body. But the Grayscale disease could evolve into a Grey Plague with a high transmission rate. A simple analogy could be made. The Grayscale disease was the common cold, and the Grey Plague was a virus mutation of the whole rice? Pandemic influenza. But Dany was not too panicked. She did not believe that there was a virus that could infect the immortals. General Wildfire was infected with the Grey Plague, but he did not know it. As a result, when he was performing the fifth move of Spring Cry with Getty noticed the black and gray spots on his inner thigh. Your Majesty, Getty is an outstanding blue nun. The old saintess emphasized. There used to be 7 saintesses in the Temple of Divine Grace. The green saintess was the Pope, the red saintess was a holy prostitute, the white saintess was a noble virgin who went to the temple as an intern, and the blue saintess was a healer. There were also the pink saintess, the gold saintess, and the purple saintess, the saintess who served the Dragon King of Valeglia, who had lost their practical significance. Dany saw that the 7 of the 7 saintesses matched the 7 gods, so she kept the saintess system. She also redefined the pink saintess as a singing and dancing priestess, the gold saintess as a book secretary, and the purple saintess as the silent sisterhood. This Getty was skilled in medicine and had mastered the 7 spring cry techniques. She was a doctor during the day and went to the Passion Garden at night for legal and reasonable entertainment. What a talent! Are you sure it's the Grey Plague? Dany asked. The Grey Plague had similar symptoms to the Grayscale disease. It was difficult to tell if it did not spread on a large scale. I've never been touched by a Grayscale patient, so it must be the Grey Plague. Only the Grey Plague can spread through the air and make me infected unknowingly, Tyrion said in despair. No, not necessarily, Clinton suddenly said. Sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. He sighed and took off the deerskin glove on his right hand, revealing the gray and black spots on his palm. The upper half of his middle finger was completely petrified into gray. Ah! Tyrion was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up, pointed at Clinton, and roared in grief and anger, "It's you, you're the one who infected me with the Grayscale disease. The last time you tested the wildfire bullets in the brick factory, you used this hand to grab me, old X, 7 levels of hell. John Clinton, you're too vicious. Didn't I keep asking you if you felt anything?" Clinton argued with an awkward expression. "Bastard, if you're sick, just say it," Tyrion shouted. Clinton was speechless. "Sir, when did you get the Grayscale disease?" Dany asked. Clinton glanced at the unusually angry Tyrion and sighed, "About 4 months ago, in Sad Hill. Tyrion was pulled down the river by a stone man, and I jumped down to save him. In the process of fighting with the stone man, it grabbed me in its hand." The angry expression on Tyrion's face froze. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" he asked softly. Clinton smiled bitterly and shook his head. "So what if I did? There's no cure for Grayscale disease, it's a terminal illness. The curse has already entered my blood, and it flows through my entire body. Cutting off my right hand only has a small chance of curing the disease, but my right hand is my dominant hand. I still have to help Prince Aegon take down the Iron Throne. At that time, I didn't know about the Queen's vow to end the long night as Queen, nor did I know that she had already gone to the Westeros. I thought that the queen would immediately marry the prince, then ride the dragon to Pentos, join forces with the fleet prepared by the Golden Group and Illyrio, and take back the Iron Throne first. That way, Prince Aegon would become the king of the Seven Kingdoms, and even if Her Majesty failed in Slave Bay, she could still return home. As long as you help Targaryen restore their kingdom within 2 years, and let me redeem myself from the failure of the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell, I will return to Vulture's Nest Castle, and spend the rest of my life in the Mahogany Forest where I first met Prince Rhaegar. Silence. Everyone's emotions were complicated, and their gazes towards Clinton were no longer filled with reproach and resentment. Dany sighed in her heart. This was a true knight, just like Barris Tan, the White Bull, and Sword of Dawn, an old version of the knights. The Mad King was so crazy, so why were there so many honorable knights under his rule? Old Ymont let out a sigh of relief, and slowly said, as long as it's not the Grey Plague, it's not a big problem. Immediately isolate anyone who has close contact with Tyrion, and use a knife to stab the places he has touched, if... Ugh! The old man's face contorted, and he couldn't continue. 7 gods above, General Wildfire has been going to the Passion Garden almost every night, and most of the ladies are with him. Also, our ladies are receiving guests, this. The Green Saintess expression was one of despair. Aegon, you just went there today, right? Ymont asked expectantly. Woo, after being called out by old Ymont, the young prince, who had been sitting in a daze, came back to his senses and cried. The little devil invited me to play a game, I couldn't help but join in. Woo, what game? Dany wanted to ask. Don't worry, the power in our Targaryen bloodline is very strong against curses, and almost no one in history has been infected with the grayscale disease. Old Ymont comforted Aegon. This was true. The genes of Valeglia were all optimized, and almost no one would catch a cold or have a fever. Valeglia were completely immune to most of the diseases that normal people contracted. But there were 2 prerequisites. First, the bloodline must be pure, and second, there must be a dragon. Stannis' daughter also has Targaryen bloodline, but she still contracted the gray scale disease. Dany said. Woo. Aegon heard this, and cried even harder. Shireen and Aegon are different. Shireen and Princess Lei are 3 generations apart, and Aegon is your nephew, and has the purest bloodline. Aegon stopped crying, and looked at Aunt Dany eagerly. Lady Green Saintess, close the Passion Garden immediately, and conduct a thorough investigation. Grey Worm, stop the journey to Meereen. 8,000 Unsullied and 5,000 trainees will be mobilized, and lock down the entire city. Go door to door according to the household register, strip naked, and check one by one. Remember, all Unsullied must wear leather armor, gloves and masks. At this point, Dany turned around and asked Ymont, how do we kill the virus? The curse. Chapter 451. Old man, do you know how to kill the grayscale disease virus? Dany stopped Grey Worm, intending to ask about the disinfection precautions. Virus? That's a novel idea. Old Ymont nodded thoughtfully. Usually, the patient and the things they come in contact with are burned. Burned? Tyrion's voice was sharp. Is there no other way? The medical profession of the City of Knowledge has been around for thousands of years, but no one has developed a cure for the grayscale disease. First, use boiling water to wash the area infected by the curse, then apply a plaster made of lime and mustard, Ymont said uncertainly. What's the success rate of this method? Dany asked. The old scholar's eyes drifted, his voice so low it was almost inaudible, very low. There should be a 50%, at least a 30% chance, right? Tyrion said expectantly. There's no clear evidence that this method has saved patients, Ymont said awkwardly. Success rate, 0? Dany was stupefied. In other words, this method is completely useless? Not necessarily, Yamant quickly explained, about 50 years ago, the gray scale disease appeared in the old town, and the scholars promoted this method. Half of the city's population died, and 3/4 of the people in the city of knowledge died. Wait, Danny raised her hand to interrupt him, her expression strange. The scholars of the city of knowledge used lime and mustard ointment, and 3/4 died? And the civilians were useless, and only half died? Old man, even a fool knows that 3/4 is more than half. Danny, you can't say that. Yamant said seriously, scholars of my generation study hard all their lives, isn't it to stand up in times of crisis? Of the 3/4 of the people who died in the city of knowledge, 99% were infected while trying to save the civilians in the city. The oath of an apprentice to become a scholar is to serve the 7 kingdoms. And every qualified scholar has a silver chain, symbolizing medicine. They're all frontline doctors. But Danny was only touched for a moment before she realized another problem. Xuecheng sacrificed so much. He obviously did his best and risked his life, right? Of course. Don't think that the city of knowledge is violating the rights of the guests and exterminating the megalosaurus. They are not afraid of sacrificing themselves for the sake of their ideals, old Yamant said with a complicated expression. I knew those guys weren't afraid of death, otherwise, he would have killed them long ago. If the people do not fear death, why should they fear death? Danny nodded and said strangely, but there doesn't seem to be any effect even if you try so hard. Half of the city's population died, and it's not much better than the other cities infected by the Grey Plague. Yora Mormont nodded and said, a few years ago, I experienced it myself. A Bravosi merchant ship infected by the Grey Plague docked at Pento's wharf. The infected sailors were killed or burned to death, but the rats on the ship could not stop them. They brought the disease to the nobles and commoners of the city, causing a super pandemic. But only 2,000 people died. Let alone half, it's not even 1% of the mortality rate. Look. Danny spread her hands and looked at old Yamant with her big eyes. That's why I said that the mustard lime cream's effect is not that significant, the old scholar said hesitantly. Soon, he added, Stannis's daughter, Shireen's gray scale disease was suppressed by Scholar Clarkson with this method. The city of knowledge is useless. They have a medical school that has systematically researched medicine for thousands of years, but they still shamelessly steal from everywhere. Now, they still only know how to use leeches for blood-sucking treatment. They haven't even come up with a systematic theory of medicine, Danny said with disdain. Compared to the incompetent scholars of the City of Knowledge, the Chinese medicine of the Celestial Empire was as awesome as magic. You think the City of Knowledge didn't work hard? Old Yamant could not help but defend the honor of the scholars. He said, after that epidemic, the City of Knowledge immediately launched the Witchcraft Lens Research Project and spent millions of gold royals. In order to get sponsorship from your father, they even sent a request for help to me on the Great Wall. Witchcraft lens? Danny perked up. She finally remembered that she still had such a thing in her treasury. She would find it and test it later. They even made the dragons extinct. Isn't researching the witchcraft lens research a waste of time? She mocked. Sigh. Yamant sighed helplessly. Danny turned her head and looked at Tyrion and Aegon. She smiled maliciously and asked, can cutting off the infected organs stop the spread of the disease? Cut off. The 2 prostitutes shivered and wailed with pale faces, no. You can't cut it off. If you don't cut it off, then burn it. Choose one, Danny said with a straight face. Isn't that Shireen cured? Let Scholar Yamant try the lime mustard cream, Aegon said in a panic. Don't be afraid, child. Clinton's firm blue eyes flashed with heartache. She comforted him gently, only the little devil's thigh is infected. That area is not petrified and stiff. Perhaps you are not infected. Aegon stood up suddenly and roared with his eyes wide open, perhaps. You're telling me perhaps? If you didn't hide it, bastard. Dragon Queen's expression changed abruptly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless majesty. It gave everyone present the illusion that their bodies were being suppressed. Tyrion and Clinton were shocked. Aegon's face was pale. "Who are you talking to?" "He's your foster father." Dany scolded sternly. Aegon was furious. But when he met Aunt Queen's eyes, he could not help but tilt his head. His mouth opened unconsciously and he could not say a word. "Your emotions are not stable now," Dany softened her tone. "Go downstairs to take a shower and sleep. Don't go out today. Wait a day and see if your body can still feel it. Listen to your aunt. Go." Ymont looked at Aegon with a complicated expression. He comforted him and called two Unsullied over to take the dejected Aegon away. "What's wrong with you?" Dany turned her gaze to Tyrion and asked with a frown, "It's been a week since the wildfire experiment. Why haven't you noticed anything strange?" If he had not met Sister Lawn, who knew how long Tyrion would have been fooling around? "It's on the inner thigh. It can't be seen and rarely touched. If there was pain or itch, I might have noticed it long ago. But the grayscale disease doesn't feel it," the little devil said bitterly. "Have you stabbed it with a knife?" Dany asked again. "Yes, it's like wood. It doesn't hurt." His eyes were red and he was about to cry. "You haven't slept all night. Go down first." After Tyrion left dejectedly, Dany turned her gaze to the sorrowful Clinton. She glanced at the big bear who was sitting upright inside. "Sir Clinton, don't blame yourself. It's all fate. It's all the scriptwriter's fault. In Game of Thrones, it was Mormont who contracted the grayscale disease, but now it was Clinton. Her foresight was completely useless." Well, she shouldn't complain. Clinton and his group weren't in Game of Thrones. "Queen, should I go down and seal the city?" Grey Worm asked. Dany nodded and said, "Remember, you must wear gloves and a mask. I'll let Scholar Ymont accompany you and guide you on the protective measures. Is there a problem?" She turned to the old scholar. Ymont stood up and nodded, "Don't worry. Although the City of Knowledge doesn't have the technology to treat the grayscale disease, it has summarized a set of relatively perfect protective techniques. Isn't sealing the entire city a bit too big of a move? It might cause panic among the citizens," Green Saintis said worriedly. "Post a notice and let the people know the truth. The grayscale disease isn't a big problem, but it will be troublesome if it develops into a gray plague," Dany said seriously. "Right. Let the older women in the neighborhood check each other's bodies," she added, remembering that the Unsullied were always dressed as men. When the city was sealed, it was still dawn. The residents had just woken up and didn't have time to go out. They were very surprised to see the Unsullied blocking the streets. When hundreds of Unsullied held metal horns and loudly read the Queen's notice along the streets, it did cause quite a stir. But the city didn't fall into chaos. Everyone stayed in their houses obediently, anxiously waiting for the final result. Not long after, Dragon Queen rode the Green Dragon and patrolled the city with Xiao Jin a few times. The dragon's roar was loud and clear, and the panic in everyone's hearts was also calmed. "The Queen is with us." Looking at the Megalosaurus passing by the rooftops, they all thought so. But when sealing the docks, the Unsullied encountered some trouble. Many foreign merchants refused to accept a physical examination and didn't want to be quarantined in the inn. Their guards and sailors even clashed with the Unsullied who were on duty. Someone shouted, "We are foreigners, we risk defending the Alliance to do business in Slaver's Bay, we shouldn't be treated so rudely. Otherwise, we won't come again and let the bustling Astapor become desolate again." Then the Megalosaurus descended, flapping its wings, blowing up the sand and stones on the streets. The arrogant foreigners all covered their eyes and shut their mouths. Dragon Queen sat high on the dragon's back, looking down at the merchants who were blocked by the Unsullied and coldly said, "Those who don't cooperate with the inspection can scram right now. Dragon Queen, you're destroying Astapor's market. No one will do business with you from now on, a merchant shouted. This empress will take zingies and queers sooner or later, the entire summer sea will be my pond, you won't do business with me? Fine, go home and farm. Danny coldly laughed. The foreign merchant was indignant and shouted, the alliance has an army of several 100,000, Danny raised her hand and cut him off. No need to say more, cooperate with the inspection and you'll still be Astapor's VIPs, it's useless if you don't cooperate, we'll forcefully strip you naked, Danny waved her hand, 3,000 unsullied entered the dock and sealed off all the shops, docks, shops, and warehouses. Danny, what are you doing? Old Yamant anxiously approached Xiao Lu and warned her in a low voice, just a physical examination is enough, why do you have to search the goods and warehouses? Being so strict will cause the subjects to resist, my subjects are in Astapor, they all support me. These foreign merchants are after profits, they'll come back, Danny didn't care. Seeing the Unsullied pushing away the sailors and mercenaries, barging into the ships and opening the warehouses, the old scholar worriedly said, back then, in order to deal with the epidemic, Count Quinton Hyder burned all the ships in the harbor, closed the city gates, and strictly ordered his soldiers to kill anyone who tried to escape, men, women, old, and young. But when the epidemic finally subsided and the harbor reopened, not only did the survivors not thank him, they even dragged him and his son off their horses and slit their throats. Do you think anyone can drag me off the dragon's back? Danny giggled. SSSS, Xiao Lu's cold emerald eyes scanned the crowd, white smoke with sparks coming out of her nostrils. Alright, I'll stop joking, Danny said seriously, I've been neglecting something, now Tyrion reminded me. Chapter 452. Danny's beautiful violet eyes were covered in a layer of obscure light as she said in a low voice, did the old man notice? The plague in the old town, Pentos a few years ago, it was all prosperous docks. Patient zero all came from foreign merchant ships. Yamant stared blankly for a good while before saying in shock, you're saying that the Alliance might have purposely sent ships to Slave Bay to send patients with the Grey Plague? Danny nodded with a serious expression and said, maybe it's not the Grey Plague. The Grey Plague is too terrifying and the Alliance can't control it. This kind of speculation was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that the speculation had become reality. The two had only spoken a few words at the docks when a 600-ton ship called Orsha Blacksmith broke out in a riot. Facing the Unsullied who had boarded the ship to search, the sailors actually pulled out their blades and fought with them. A short and strong first mate with a blue beard suddenly attacked, pulling out his blade and chopping down an Unsullied in charge of inspection. After chopping down the Unsullied, he raised his blade and shouted at the surrounding ships, the eunuchs have ulterior motives, destroying our goods for no reason. Everyone, fight them to the death. Woo woo, the next moment, the centurion below the ship blew a horn. Over 100 Unsullied lined up neatly at the docks rushed up the gangplank. Is this a guilty conscience? Damn it, I guessed it right. Danny was shocked and angry. She slapped Little Green's neck and sent it flying over. Leave them alive. In a short few dozen seconds, the Unsullied had already formed a formation and boarded the ship. With shields in front and crossbows in the back, they were like killing machines that crazily slaughtered the sailors in cotton clothes. The screams of the dead spread through the docks. Boiling blood dyed the deck red and the faint smell of blood was carried to the docks by the sea breeze. Little Green landed on the stone pier below the ship. Danny jumped down and ran up the gangplank to the deck. At this time, the battle had already reached its end. 3 of the 10 Unsullied in the inspection team died due to the enemy's sudden ambush, while the rest were injured. The fully armed 100 men that came later didn't have a single death, not even a single one was injured. The other side had more than 80 sailors. Half of them were lying in pools of blood, more than 20 were injured and captured, and the rest were hiding in a corner and crying, not participating in the battle. Yes, the efficiency was that high. The Unsullied had crossbows hanging from their waists. 2 rounds of crossbow bolts were fired, and half of the crew members who weren't even wearing leather armor fell. That first mate Bluebeard who had suddenly launched an attack was currently paralyzed on the ground. His left hand was covering his right arm that had been severed from the elbow. His round potato-like face was deathly pale. His mouth was hoarsely shouting, "Everyone, come and see. Dragon Queen has gone crazy. Dragon Queen is killing people. Dragon Queen wants to rob us of our wealth." The iron boots left a string of messy footprints on the bloody deck. Danny walked closer, only indifferently glancing at the howling first mate, then she ordered Unsullied, "Go check the cabin, don't let go of every sack, every chest. We are honest merchants. We don't have any contraband." The chief mate's face was ferocious as he growled. "Would a legitimate businessman take the initiative to kill my man? Tell me, what did you bring over for the Alliance?" Blackie was in the middle of flying, so the dragon's soul couldn't enter his body and let him freefall. Danny pulled Little White, who was lying on Dragonstone Island's flying dragon pagoda, into her spirit sea. Her violet eyes were suffused with bits of silver light. Her might was like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, overturning the potato-faced first mate's soul. His face was getting paler and paler, and large beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. "I'm not afraid of you, you won't find anything, you won't find anything." The substantial dragon might made him unable to breathe, but the first mate still clenched his teeth and kept his secret. Danny frowned slightly. This guy had a strong will. The dragon might was real. It was also real that the dragon might could oppress people's minds and make some criminals confess honestly. But the dragon might was only a mental pressure in the end. It couldn't even be considered a soul attack. As long as the person was tenacious enough and had a strong enough will, they could still withstand it. You've already been exposed, do you know that? Ordinary people couldn't withstand the dragon might." Danny sneered and said to the Unsullied beside her, "Take him to the pyramid and let the doctors help him stop the bleeding. Then send him to the Black Prison. Tell Hattar that I want to know all the secrets of this first mate." Immediately, 2 Unsullied picked up the potato-faced first mate and dragged him away. "You won't find anything." The first mate looked at the Dragon Queen with a sly smile, and then shouted to the sea merchants and crew members who were watching from both sides, "Do you see? This is the descendant of the Mad King, the demon mother of dragons. This vicious woman brutally slaughtered us kind crew members. Pick up your weapons and resist. Raise your sails and leave this sinful land." Hiss! Little Green suddenly stood up, and the ferocious dragon head shot out like lightning. Its mouth almost bit the first mate's bulging potato-like face. The dragon's cry was as loud as a train whistle, but it carried the endless pressure and the smell of burnt sulfur that a train whistle didn't have. The potato-faced first mate's body stiffened, and his spine was as stiff as a bow. His mouth made a sound, but he couldn't speak a complete sentence. His lower body was drizzling with yellow rain. Plop! The Unsullied couldn't help but let go of his hands and covered his ears. The first mate's stiff body fell to the ground like a wooden stake. "Little Green." Danny hurriedly ran to the side of the ship and exclaimed, "Don't scare him to death." Hiss! Little Green responded and raised its head to look around. The surrounding crew members and merchants who looked at it strangely all turned their heads to avoid the megalosaurus gaze. Half an hour later, the Unsullied came back and reported, "Your Majesty, there are only 300 barrels of paint, 500 bundles of wool, 1,000 pieces of cooked cowhide linen, and 300 tons of refined iron ingots at the bottom of the ship's hold. No contraband was found." When the ship approached the dock, there were also customs officers on board to check the cargo hold. But at that time, the search was not strict. The main purpose of customs was to count the types and quantities of goods, and not to search every box and every sack in detail. That was unrealistic and a waste of time. As a matter of fact, dozens of people entered the ship's hold and took more than half an hour to complete the search. Danny frowned and said, "Are you sure every corner has been checked? Are there any caged rats or boxes, or any patients in solitary confinement?" "No, we know what you are looking for. We even specially interrogated the sailors who did not participate in the battle very quickly. They all said that they did not see any special boxes," the Unsullied said. "That doesn't make sense." Danny was puzzled. "Calixi, use the dragon." A general with 3 dragons imprinted on his chest walked over and reminded her. Yes, it was Danny's old subordinate, a second-rank Navy Admiral, Blackbeard Grohl. This former captain of Illyrio had rich sailing experience, but his military accomplishments were slightly lacking. Although he helped Danny build a fleet of 100 longships, he could not control the Sea of Grief. He could only be a local tyrant in Slave Bay with the help of the Megalosaurus. Have you forgotten? The dragon can drive the rats away. Let the green dragon drive the rats into the sea. Just now, I saw a few rats running out. Seeing Danny's confusion, Blackbeard explained. Oh. Danny was enlightened. She immediately waved to the sky and called Xiaojin down. Xiaojin was small. After retracting its wings, it could enter the hold. Soon, under the protection of the Unsullied, Xiaojin entered the hold. Squeak, the dragon's might and dragon's roar filled the hold without restraint. Squeak, 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 squeak. Hundreds of rats ran out from the hold and surged onto the deck like a tide. Even the sailors on the ship felt their scalps tingle. Gods, have we been living with so many rats all this time? Someone cried out in alarm. The rats were of different sizes. There were thumb-sized rats and black-furred rats the size of kittens. At first, they ran around the deck like headless flies. After a while, they all came to the side of the gangplank and prepared to escape to the dock. Squeak! Xiao Lu immediately poked its head out and roared at the group of rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if they were suddenly hit by soft muscle powder, almost all the rats were paralyzed on the wooden plank. Their limbs twitched a few times and they all died. No wonder everyone uses rat guts to describe cowards and cowards. That's not wrong, Blackbeard Grohl said in surprise. 2 years ago, Blackbeard and the rest were still young and could only scare the rats. Now that the Megalosaurus had just grown up, it scared the rats to death. A group of Unsullied squatted on the deck and used chopsticks to pick up every rat. They checked it carefully before throwing it into the woven bag. Finally, the Centurion reported to the Dragon Queen, "There's no grayscale disease. All the rats are normal." That's strange. Danny touched her chin and muttered in confusion. They didn't bring any biochemical bombs. Why are they rebelling? Suddenly, her expression changed. Her sharp eyes scanned the ships around her. At this moment, even she was on the Orsha blacksmith. This ship was the focus of everyone's attention. Then, was it possible that the real source of the poison was on another ship? Was that potato face covering for his accomplices? Seal off this dock immediately. I want to check every ship myself. Dragon Queen ordered loudly. This time, the Unsullied were more familiar with their methods. They first gathered all the crew members in the corner of the deck before arranging for the quarantine officers to go on board to check the goods. Then, it was time for the Megalosaurus to appear. Little Gold went to the bottom of the ship, and Little Green stood by the side of the ship, scaring the rats to death. Hee, it's not bad that the Dragon Queen helped us clean up the rat problem. A certain sailor, who had been stripped naked and accepted the Unsullied's body inspection without any blind spots, shivered and groaned. What made Danny depressed was that she had been busy for the entire morning, but she had only managed to clean up the hundreds of ships at the docks once. She didn't even find a sick rat. Danny, this is good news. On the way back to the Great Pyramid, old Yamant said happily, there is no plague at the dock, which means that you guessed wrong. The allies are not as crazy as you think. After all, no one has ever used the plague to deal with the enemy. If I were the allies, facing the invincible Dragon King, I would also consider sending a few bodies with the plague to the other side city, Danny said. The old man sighed and said earnestly, Danny, you are very smart. You are a natural talent, and your tactical ideas are bold and unconventional. This is very good. But you can't think of everyone as bad as you. I'm not saying that you are not good, but your strategy is specifically targeted at the weakness of human nature. It's a little not so upright. Not long after returning to the Great Pyramid, Grey Worm came over with a happy face and reported, Your Majesty, there are 65,000 households in the city, nearly 150,000 people. All of them have been checked, and no patients have been found. This means that Tyrion's grayscale disease has not spread, and Aegon may not be infected. Ymont smiled happily. Just as Danny was breathing a sigh of relief, Hattar ran in with a bloody smell and a panicked expression. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The slave owners are treacherous. Chapter 453. Devil's Tale. Hattar had been unhappy for the past 2 years. It was not that the Dragon Queen had mistreated him. In fact, compared to the previous great benevolent Lord Graz, Dan, he liked his current master more. He was a cruel interrogator, but he also had a heart that longed for freedom and hated the slave owners. He was the same as Lord Bow of Meereen. The reason why Hattar was unhappy was that his former friends were doing too well, while he was still in the same spot. Devil's Tale, Hattar and Butcher Klein were both the heroes of Astapor during the Benevolent Lord period. One was the best at butchering pigs in the city, the prettiest pork man, the other was the most vicious interrogator in Slave Bay, the most vicious of all. With their amazing skills, the two of them became famous and could be said to be brilliant. But after Astapor was liberated by the Dragon Queen, the two of them developed very differently. Hattar only showed off once when the Dragon Queen was trying to win people's hearts, but he did not have any chance to show off after that. On the other hand, Klein rose step by step, his status became higher, his wealth became richer, and his reputation became louder. The first count under the Dragon Queen. One of the 8 heroes of the Northern Expedition. Other than the Dragon Queen, the most hated enemy of the slave owners in the world. Meereen has a Klein, impartial and impartial. 7 gods above, listen to these awe-inspiring titles. Hattar's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. If his friends were doing well, he was not. The last time Klein came to Astapor for trial, he hoped that the queen would hand the butcher over to him, so that his former friends could feel his wrath, jealousy, and hatred, especially when the trial of the son of the Harpy ended. The Count of Shattered Shackles looked for him to drink and eat lobsters. During the meal, he complained to him in a boastful tone. Green Saintess Graz, Dan was too hateful. She suddenly confessed her crimes in court, causing the climax of the trial the defendant, Klein, in front of countless people, to express his thoughts to come to an abrupt end before it even arrived. The speech that Klein prepared for a long time, and even secretly asked the Dragon Queen to moisten her pen, also became a waste of paper. This reduced his chances of showcasing his talent as a great songstress by 99%. Moreover, everyone was discussing the answer between the Dragon Queen and the Green Saintess. Very few people were talking about Lord Bow of Meereen. Well, with a sense of superiority, the butcher introduced the story of Scholar Bow of the Sea of Sunset to the interrogator. Most of it was made up by the butcher himself, because the Dragon Queen never told him the story of Lord Bow in detail. Hattar wanted the same fame and fortune as Butcher. Once, there was an opportunity in front of him, but the interrogator was powerless and was defeated. Yes, the female faceless who tried to assassinate the queen. The Devil's Tale used all its means to torment the other party for a few months. In the end, he gave in shamefully and didn't even get a useful word out of the other party. What a disgrace! For several days, he didn't dare to go out, afraid of meeting people. At that time, Butcher was helping Dragon Queen attack the pyramid in Kaiyuan. He was victorious in every battle, and reports of victory kept coming in. Finally, the straw that broke the camel's back came. Butcher became the lord of Mirin City, and Butcher became the only count under the queen. Hattar woke up from his depression. He couldn't continue to be muddle-headed like this. He had to pull himself together, he had to strengthen his business ability. He began to train his whip technique like crazy. Why did Faceless, a mere woman, keep her mouth shut under his peerless whip technique? Is Faceless powerful? Then he should be stronger than her. He had to improve his cultivation. Finally, after a few months of hard training, his whip technique entered a new realm. Even more fortunately, he got another chance to show off his achievements to the Dragon Queen. 100 days to weave a whip, today I whip it. Hattar, with a bloody smell, quickly walked to the front of the Dragon Queen, respectfully saluted, and said, "Your Majesty, fortunately I didn't disappoint you, I have pried open the spy's mouth." Hattar was a fierce-looking man. He was 2 meters tall and had muscles all over his body. Especially his 2 arms, they looked like they were made of black iron. When he bulged his biceps, it looked like 2 basketballs were strung on his arms. In terms of appearance, he was definitely the most muscular man under the Dragon Queen's command. So fast. Danny was surprised. The Dragon Queen's expression made the Devil's Tail very happy. He opened his mouth full of yellow teeth and smirked, "Your Majesty, after failing to interrogate Faceless last time, I trained hard and finally broke through to the realm of divine transcendence, so my efficiency has increased a lot." Divine transcendence? Danny was a bit confused. Just like what Sir Barristan told us about the realm of swordsmanship, moving the finger like an arm, lifting the heavy as if it was light, lifting the light as if it was heavy, divine transcendence. You should know that I have already reached the peak of lifting the light as if it was heavy. Saying that, the Devil's Tail couldn't help but sigh. If I didn't reach the realm of lifting the light as if it was heavy, I would have already been eaten by the Dragon Queen's demon dragon after injuring her. Danny thought for a bit and nodded. If there was a realm of whip technique, then Hattar really wasn't lying. That first mate Bluebeard seemed to have a very firm will. She hesitated. A guy who could even resist the dragon's might, how could he be afraid of a whip? Hattar sighed. That guy is indeed a ruthless character. A month ago, I absolutely couldn't do anything to him. But now, I have comprehended the ultimate meaning of whip technique and reached the realm of divine transcendence. At first, he still clenched his teeth and persevered, not saying a word. But under my extraordinary means, he only lasted for a quarter of an hour before he groaned. Another half an hour, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Another hour, he begged me for mercy. 3 hours, he said whatever I asked him. Dragon Queen was interested and asked, "That ultimate meaning, what kind of realm is it? Can you give an example to explain?" Of course, Hattar stuck out his chest, his proud expression somewhat sighing. "Once, I could whip a fly to death on tofu without leaving a trace of whip mark on the surface of the tofu below. Now, when I put the tofu into a big porcelain bowl and cover it with a plate, with a whip, I want to break the plate, but the tofu and bowl won't be harmed. When I want to break the tofu, the plate won't even fall from the bowl, let alone break. When I want to break the bowl, the tofu will fall neatly on the dregs of the bowl, and the plate will cover the tofu. This is really divine transcendence. But I don't know what effect it has on prisoners," Dragon Queen exclaimed. Hattar sighed and said, "When used on prisoners, their skin won't break, their flesh won't rot, but their bones will break. I want them to feel pain wherever I want, as much pain as I want. If there's a chance, you can perform it for me," Danny said with interest. Then, she saw Yamont's reproachful gaze and immediately added, "I mean, the show of whipping tofu and plate, Your Majesty, I can perform for you at any time, any kind is fine. Actually, there should be another realm above divine transcendence." Danny was very touched by Hatter's behavior of using off-duty time to train his business ability. It was like a certain programmer who had signed a contract to sell himself. He was already working at 996, but he was still working hard on coding at home on the 7th day. How could the boss not be touched? She should encourage and provide some help to such a motivated employee. Once, in Whist, Dragon Queen was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly noticed the old scholar Yamant beside her. He was an old Westeros, and a scholar. What Westeros story could deceive him? Ahem, when I was in Westeros, I heard a story about an ancient sword saint. His name was Invincible Loneliness. He often said to people, I, who stand at the peak of swordsmanship, am too lonely. My greatest wish in life is to be defeated by a strong person. Isn't this too strong? Hattar was fascinated. Even old Yamant temporarily suppressed his doubts of, why have I never heard of this invincible loneliness swordsman, and muttered, to be able to say such words and not be beaten to death, he must be a peerless strong person. Hattar, do you know what level invincible loneliness swordsmanship has reached? Above divine transcendence. The first stage, there is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. The second stage, there is no sword in the hand, and there is no sword in the heart. Everything can be a sword. The Dragon Queen sighed and encouraged the burly executioner, Hattar, you are very talented. Continue to work hard, and one day, you will also become Hatter's Whip of Solitude. Solitary whip? The executioner muttered with a dazed look in his eyes, as if he was in a daze. Yamant did not care about the level of the burly executioner in front of him. He directly asked, Hattar, I saw that you looked panicked when you first came in. What did that spy say? Hearing this, Hattar snapped out of his reverie and said anxiously, Your Majesty, please send someone to seize the ship Erudite, immediately. That is also a spy ship. They transported 10 stone men and threw them into the sea beside the dock. Stone men? Are they patients with the grayscale disease who are completely petrified? Danny asked. Yes, they are the stone men found from the Sorrowful Hill. The demon's tail's face was filled with anger. The spy wrapped them in oilcloth and pressed the cloth bag to the bottom of the ship. This way, they could avoid our customs inspection. When the ship docked at the docks of Astapor, Cayuan, and Myrene, they took the opportunity to transport the goods into the city and threw the stone men into the wells of the residents. 7 gods above, the Alliance army is really so vicious. Old Yamant stared with his eyes wide open. His face was pale and his body was swaying. Danny hurriedly supported him and turned around to ask, Hattar, did you record Bluebeard's statement? Yes. Hattar hurriedly handed over a roll of blood-stained dragon's paper. Danny's craftsmen spent 2 years and finally invented the technique of making paper. They named the paper, Danny's paper. Dragon Queen felt that it was a little low class, so she changed it to Dragon's paper. The interrogation statement was very standard, including name, place of birth, age, department, immediate superior, contact person. Danny hurriedly skipped over the above content. She focused on the Alliance Army's sinister plan, to throw the stone men into the public well in the busiest area of Slave Bay. The grayscale disease could not be explained by the medical science of her previous life. This disease would cause the patient to slowly turn into a stone man. It was too magical, a real stone man. Stone men were naturally denser than water, so they could sink into the well without being discovered. The stone men at the bottom of the well were not completely dead. No one knew how long they could live, so they were a long-term source of infection. However, the outbreak of Tyrion's infection was so sudden that it interrupted the Alliance Army's plan. In order to avoid being caught red-handed, Bluebeard decided to abandon the Rook to save the king. He crazily courted death and attracted the attention of Dragon Queen and the Unsullied, giving Erudite a chance to destroy the corpse. Oh, the corpse was not destroyed. Those bastards threw it into the sea. Chapter 454. If they ignored the grayscale disease stone men that sank into the bay, they might really sink into the sea. But they could also become the source of the plague, infecting the sailors and citizens on the docks, or even causing the even more terrifying grayscale disease. Therefore, it was best to deal with the corpses that sank into the sea immediately. Yes, pick them up and burn them. Thinking of this, Danny handed the document to Yimont and ordered Grey Worm, immediately detain all the sailors on Erudite. Also, seal off the sea near Erudite's berth. Old Yimont put down the document and sighed, Danny, we're in big trouble. Kaiyuan and Mirin also have grayscale disease stone men that were infected. Someone might have already been infected. They're courting death. A cold light flashed in Danny's eyes as she said coldly, I've changed my plan. I'm not going to wait for the night to pass. When the plague ends, Slave Bay will enter a state of war. I want to destroy New Guys first, then take down Quills. I want to seal off Quills Strait, which is also the summer seas route, and completely end sea trade. Old Yimont hurriedly advised, Danny, don't be rash. The key now was to stop the outbreak of the plague before it broke out. Then, store more food and weapons to deal with the night. Danny shook her head and said firmly, I didn't take the initiative to attack, not because I don't have the ability to farm and start a war at the same time. With 5 dragons, I was able to fight in a low-cost and highly efficient special battle. But considering that the night is coming, human infighting is too stupid, so I've been holding back. But now, I'm being bullied. Wouldn't it be even more stupid if I don't fight back? The big picture is more important. Yimont sighed, you did very well before, trying to stall for time to develop your own strength. When the night comes, the Alliance army will naturally retreat without a fight. Now that you're angry, wouldn't it be too much of a loss if something goes wrong? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't act rashly. Danny turned her gaze to Whip of Dugu, who was standing quietly at the side with his head held high. Noticing the Dragon Queen's gaze, the interrogator took a deep breath and puffed out his chest even more. Hat Tar, you are very ambitious and talented. Dragon Queen praised. Hat Tar heard something from the Queen's words and shouted excitedly, it's my honor to serve the Queen. I will keep your Majesty's encouragement in mind. In the future, I will definitely rely on my ability to obtain the surname, Solitary Tail. Just like Count Butcher, Hat Tar was born a slave and had a first name but no surname. In fact, ordinary Westeros did not have surnames either. If he became a noble, Hat Tar would be able to design his own family emblem and surname. Of course, in Slave Bay under Dragon Queen's rule, the commoners had long been qualified to give themselves a surname. However, most of the commoners were illiterate and did not know which surname to choose. Many people simply did not want a surname. There were also some who planned to join the Dragon Queen's Mother of Dragons Guard, and have the Queen bestow upon them a surname. Very good. Dragon Queen nodded and said, I have decided to launch the southern expedition at the last minute, but the original plan cannot be changed. Defending against the Alliance army coming from Materis is my strategic focus. Therefore, the position of the Southern Expedition General is lacking. Are you interested? Southern Expedition General. 7 gods above, this was reaching the heavens in a single step. He would immediately be on the same level as Clayton's Western Expedition General. Thinking of this, Hatter's face turned red like a tomato. His voice trembled as he swore, Your Majesty, I will work harder than Clayton and be more outstanding than him. Clayton? Danny was stunned. Clayton had the bones of Scholar Lai, and the skin of Lord Bao. If you are more outstanding than Clayton, then you should show off. She did not know that Hat Tar and Clayton were competing with each other. She also did not know that Hat Tar was jealous of Clayton while setting his own life goals based on Clayton's achievements. Very good, this goal is not bad. Dragon Queen did not ask much and only nodded, before the southern expedition, you have to help me get rid of those spies. I want you to find out the color of their mother's clothes. After a quick lunch, Danny brought the Unsullied to the pier. Tyrion and Clinton followed along. The two of them had been to the sad territory and had seen many grayscale disease stone men. More importantly, the two of them were already infected. Even if they touched the stone men, their condition would not worsen. At this time, other than the pier, the city of Astapor had been unsealed. The residents had resumed their daily lives and production. However, the number of people on the streets was much less than before. Yes, Danny did not do a 14-day quarantine. She only put up a notice telling the people not to hold hands and not to touch each other for 7 days. The grayscale disease was indeed not as harmful as the Grey Plague. If one did not come into contact with the infected area, they would not be infected. This morning, she checked the citizens of Astapor, the nuns of the Passion Garden, the pier merchants, more than 100,000 people. Currently, only the 2 red nuns were found to be infected. There were grain-sized gray spots on their necks. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. Of course, the quarantine for the grayscale disease was never done with the eyes. As long as the skin was found to be of an abnormal color, one had to poke it with the tip of a knife. If one cried out in pain, it meant that they were not infected. If there was little bleeding after the skin was poked and the color was dark, the person involved would not feel any pain. Then, there was a 99% chance that they were infected. Other than the 2 red nuns, more than 20 dock merchants were infected. This was only the first census. In the following week, every day, the people would have to check themselves. Then, on the last day, the Unsullied would seal the city again and conduct a thorough check on everyone. In the hot afternoon at the pier, the seawater was blue and the sun was glaring. The surrounding ships had all been moved away. A middle-aged fisherman wearing a straw hat threw out his fishing net with all his might. The bundle of silk net suddenly unfolded in midair like a huge lotus flower. The silk threads reflected bits of silver brilliance under the golden sunlight. Whoosh! The fishing net that bloomed like a flower landed in the splashing seawater, covering the spot where the erudite was originally. The experienced fisherman knew what he was trying to net. He felt a little uneasy as he spat on his palm, held the rope tightly, and began to slowly pull up the net. The wet net floated to the surface of the sea, sparkling under the sunlight. Gulp! The nearby sea merchants, shop workers, and sailors all swallowed nervously. The fisherman felt his hands sink as he exclaimed, "There's something." Ah! The onlookers took a step back and craned their necks. The two emotions of horror and curiosity made them feel conflicted. Stone men. Suddenly, horrified screams sounded like a tsunami from the pier and nearby streets. The fishing net was gradually pulled ashore. Inside were 3 grayish-blue figures that were entangled like lobsters. They struggled slowly. Stone men. Tyrion was standing by the pier. When he saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He bared his teeth and said, "Is this a world war? Everyone is willing to go to any lengths? But my sister will probably like this style. It's simple, practical, and economical." Danny lowered her head and glanced at him. She said calmly, "The dozens of men that were infected by you kept asking me to skin you alive." Dozens of men. Tyrion's ugly face contorted. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. He pointed at the 3 stone men that were pulled ashore and said, "Does this count as a reward for my crimes?" Danny nodded and said, "I will announce to the public that General Wildfire saw through the Alliance's plan due to his own experience of being infected with the grayscale disease and saved the millions of people in Slave Bay. He will be rewarded with a yellow mandarin jacket and the title of Wildfire Knight." This. Tyrion didn't show any joy. Instead, he said worriedly, "If I say this, will the Alliance hate me? When I was in Volantis, I heard about the butcher Count Klein's deeds. He was cursed and scolded by the Alliance just because he drove the Gith captives to break the pyramid. If it was me, When the whole city was closed for quarantine this morning, I had already told everyone the cause and effect. It was you, General Wildfire, who brought the grayscale disease to Astapor and spread the virus because of your improper behavior. Dani lowered her head and looked at his deformed head. She sneered and said, "More than 100,000 people in the city can't wait to eat your flesh and skin you. I gave you the yellow mandarin jacket to save you. Do you understand? So, I can only choose between Slave Bay and the Alliance. But I don't want to pick a side. I don't care about the slavery system. I'm a Westeros." The little devil said with a wooden face. "What's wrong with Westeros? I'm also a Westeros. Barristan, Cora, Clinton, Ymont, John Bolton, and so on are not Westeros. Also, you're already a General Wildfire. You don't think that slave owners like to bathe in the wild, do you?" Dani said with a faint smile. The little devil held his forehead and groaned. "So, I've already boarded the pirate ship." "No, you've already embarked on the path of glory. Look, you've also become a knight. An honorary knight personally conferred by the Archbishop. If your old man in the Seven Hells knew about this, he would definitely laugh in relief." "Ah." Tyrion's face twisted. "What's the yellow mandarin jacket?" He changed the topic. "A jacket woven with golden threads. It's an honor that was specially made for you. If it's paired with a special hairstyle, it'll be even more glorious." Dragon Queen said seriously. "Am I the only one who has it?" Tyrion was a little excited. "Not really." Dragon Queen thought for a while and said, "Once, I even gave one to Zero." "Oh, Quills, the great merchant Zero who received me. In the future, I'll also give one to Illyrio. He's helped me a lot. There's also the 8-clawed spider Varys. He should also have one. It's just that he doesn't have hair and can't have the glorious hairstyle that goes with the yellow mandarin jacket. I won't hide it from you." Chapter 455. The stone men were not transported into the city. The prisoners wrapped them in oiled paper and transported them to the ships. The ships immediately left the port and traveled 50 kilometers west, sending the stone men to a desolate rocky beach on the Astapor Peninsula. The Unsullied would quickly build a completely enclosed courtyard with bricks and wood. The gray-scale disease quarantine area. After that, she also built a virus research center in the pyramid, and Dani herself was the researcher. But before she began her research, she had to observe the virus habits and make sure that it could be killed by high temperatures. More accurately, she had to make sure that she was not afraid of being infected. After handing the docks over to Grey Worm, Dani immediately rode Greenie to Cayuan and Meereen, and personally ordered the docks to be sealed. Cayuan had close to 20,000 Wings of Liberty, and Meereen had 15,000 guards. They were fully capable of quickly carrying out Dragon Queen's orders. Under her orders, the soldiers put on leather gloves, helmets, and masks, and strictly searched every ship. She also announced that Slavers Bay was closed, and that sea trade would be suspended from today. Slavers Bay's industrial and craft production do not have to stop. "I will buy all the goods," Dani announced to the citizens of the two cities. Even if the gold was used to buy food, she was not short of money. Not to mention the millions of gold royals that the Count of Shattered Shackles had confiscated during the trial of the Son of the Harpy, there were still mountains of silver and jewelry in Dani's Great Pyramid. As for the copper coins, Dragon Queen had the right to issue currency, and Slavers Bay had the world's largest copper mine, so she had as many copper coins as she wanted. Meereen and Cayuan's trade was not as prosperous as Astapor's, and all the quarantine work was completed by evening. After the surprise search, no stone men were found on the docks and merchant ships. But this did not mean that Kaiyuan and Mirin were safe, because according to Hatter's interrogation, the spies arranged by the alliance did not set off at the same time. The heartache of the Rhone River was the home of the stone men. It was said that the world did not have the grayscale disease. 2,000 years ago, after the battle between Veleglia's 300 Megalosaurus and Loiner's army of 150,000, Mother Loin unleashed a great flood, drowning the Loiner's most luxurious and prosperous city and drowning all Veleglia in the city. It was not certain whether the Megalosaurus had drowned or not, but Veleglia also had a large number of cavalry units, and all of them were wiped out. Since then, the city of festivals had become a sorrowful place shrouded in a layer of grey fog all day long. The forbidden magic of the mother stream had brought the water curse to the world, grayscale disease. Grayscale disease is relatively infective. Every year, every month, or even every day, patients with the grayscale disease were discovered in the villages on the plains of the Rhone River. It was just like the deformed demons born in the land of long summer after the cataclysm. Those patients were either burned to death, or their loved ones couldn't bear it and sent the patients to the sad area. Every year, the people of Veleglia would arrange a fleet to transport large amounts of food to the sorrowful territory upstream. Well, before being completely petrified, the patient also needed to eat. For example, Tyrion and Clinton ate a lot of food every day. Because of that, it was easy for the people of Veleglia to search for 30 stone men in the sad area. If there was a need, they could find more stone men. Hundreds and thousands. The captured stone men were loaded onto the ships and secretly transported to Volantis along the river. They did not dock, but took advantage of the night to divide the stone men into 3, stuffed them into the ships full of goods, and then went to Slaver's Bay separately. The ships were divided into 3, and the spies who accepted the mission did not even know who their companions were or which ship the stone men were on. They only knew their mission, to bring the stone men to Mirin, Kaiyuan, and Astapor. In other words, the Dragon Queen could not confirm whether the spies of Mirin and Kaiyuan had completed their mission. Perhaps, the stone men had been thrown into the city's public well, and the spies had fled long ago. Perhaps, the spies' ships were still floating on the sea, on their way to Mirin and Kaiyuan. Of course, Danny hoped that it was the latter, but, after checking the docks, it was already evening. But Danny did not rest, and continued to work through the night. She arranged for the soldiers to search the city. Fortunately, Kaiyuan did not find a single person with the grayscale disease. In Mirin's commercial street, 87 infected people were found. According to the census, the infection rate was close to 3%. Some of the patients had even found out about their symptoms 3 days ago, but they all hid it, afraid of being burned to death. And this was not the final data. It could be foreseen that in the next few days, more residents would show symptoms of the grayscale disease, and the infection rate would increase further. Without a doubt, Mirin had been infected. The funny thing was, because the Count of Shattered Shackles caught 80,000 people and threw them into the labor camp outside the city, it caused the people in Mirin to panic and the businesses to wither. Although the number of patients was high, not many people were infected. Well, most of the infected were the Gith people, small merchants who migrated from Kaiyuan to Mirin. The rich and famous Gith people in the commercial street had long been arrested and sent to prison. The busiest streets were empty, without any merchants or customers. And the stone men were thrown into the busiest street's public well. The next morning, outside Mirin city, in a remote manor, Dragon Queen rode on her dragon's back and said to the 87 desperate patients in the courtyard, "Do not be afraid, do not panic, I swear in the name of the Queen, you are my people, I will not abandon, not give up on any of you." Seeing that their faces were still ashen and their eyes dim, not livened up by her comforting words, Danny sighed and added, "Kaiyuan's spy has not been caught, and I still have to research a cure for the disease, so I don't have much time to come to Mirin. But from today onwards, every 3 days, I will be here to have lunch with you." Danny did as she said. At noon that day, a long wooden table was set up in the hall, and she shared the same pot of food with the gray scale disease patients. The food was not too sumptuous: browned baguettes, beef and potato soup, vegetable salad, boiled eggs, milk. Seeing the dragon queen slurping down a pot of meat soup, 2 pieces of bread the length of an arm, 3 boiled eggs, a large glass of milk. For some reason, the Gith people suddenly felt a sense of security and warmth in their hearts. Becoming the dragon queen's people seemed to be a good thing. They thought so. After lunch, Dany did not return to Astapor immediately. Kayuan and Astapor were not infected, so her focus should be on Myrene. But Myrene's mayor, Clyde, had just been removed by her and was still recuperating in Astapor whipping. The commander of the guards, John Bolton, had gone to Astapor for a meeting and was on his way home. Myrene was a little empty. The top garden of the Great Pyramid. The pool. Under the light blue water of the pool, 2 pairs of similarly slender and beautiful jade legs were kicking the water, creating splashes of water. It was Dany and the red-haired female knight, Lila Amber. There were only the 2 of them in the garden, and they had been busy all night, neither sleeping nor bathing. They were now naked, lying by the pool and chatting leisurely. "Your Majesty, the best way to prevent grayscale disease is to get rid of the patients immediately. Anyway, they are all Gith, so it is better to kill them and burn them as usual," Lila said seriously. At lunch, she did not accompany the queen to the manor where the patients were quarantined. Now that she knew that the dragon queen was eating with the patients, she was shocked and anxious. There is no need to be so extreme, just strictly quarantine them. If we really kill them, there will be patients who will deliberately hide their illness in the future, and even have thoughts of revenge on society. You don't want to be one day walking on the street and be pounced on by a grayscale disease patient and bite your ankle, right? Lila lifted her well-proportioned slender legs out of the water, and her feet twisted a few times mischievously, saying, "I have been wearing iron armor and iron boots recently, he can't bite me." Dany covered her face with a wet silk handkerchief and said lazily, "There are always people who don't wear armor. And grayscale disease is not incurable. I have the witchcraft lens, and I know that Stannis's daughter has antibodies in her body. Scholar Yimont's medical skills are also. Sigh, at least he is qualified. In short, as long as they are my people, no matter what race they are, I will do my best to save them. Isn't this what a queen should do?" Splash! Lila put her feet back into the water, and the surging waves gently caressed Dany's silver hair that was suspended in the water like seaweed. "But you can't take the risk." The red-haired female knight sighed. "It's not considered a risk. Grayscale disease is not a gray plague, it won't be contagious without contact. And as soon as I came back, I roasted my whole body with fire, killing all the viruses." Thinking of the scene where the dragon queen roasted herself with fire, Lila was silent. Even she did not think that the curse of grayscale disease could withstand the burning of the fire. After a moment of silence, Dany said, "I originally intended to let you be the Lord of Myrene, but now the situation has changed. My elder brother's son, Aegon, is here, do you know? Little Prince Aegon. I have seen the letter you sent to John." Lila nodded and asked, "What's wrong? Are you sure he's real?" "John and I both feel that the baby swap is too legendary, it sounds fake. All the evidence proves that his identity is real." Dany's heart skipped a beat. Maybe I can use the witch lens to do a blood test for him. Lila understood the meaning behind the Dragon Queen's words, and said in surprise, "You intend to let the little prince be the Lord of Myrene? We haven't found all the grayscale disease patients in the city, and the 10 stone men have not been found, and Myrene will be a battlefield in the future, won't it be too dangerous? It depends on whether he has the courage, I won't force him. He still wants to fight for the Iron Throne, Myrene is safer than the Westeros, isn't it?" Dany said indifferently. "You really intend to give up the throne?" The little prince's identity is unknown. Even if we take a step back, he is only your nephew, not your son. Lila frowned. Ending the long night as king, this will not change, so the Iron Throne may not be mine. If Aegon was really brave and dared to go to the Great Wall to fight the other ghosts, so what if Aunt Dany gave him the priority to fight the other Ghost King? As long as Aegon defeated the Night King, she would really help him ascend the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne was devalued to a pile of dung, she was not willing to fight for it. To be honest, the most valuable thing in the Westeros now was the Church of the Seven Gods. Dany had a vague idea a long time ago. The seven gods were fake, but the faith of the seven gods was real, and the demigods could use the power of faith. Dahay could definitely become a demigod dragon. In fact, he already was, so could Dahay take over the Magpie's Nest? If this plan worked, she would benefit greatly. If her guess failed. The Great Sparrow was over 60 years old now, could he survive her? Even if he escaped the evil hands of the Sex Queen and died a normal death, at most 20 years, wouldn't the Church of the Seven Gods be hers? Dany stood up, water droplets rolling down her white, curvy body. As she dried her hair, she said, "Lila, close all the public wells in the city. If the residents need to fetch water, they can go to the nearby pyramids. I have to go back to Astapor and see if my nephew can escape." There were exclusive wells in the pyramids, and there were guards outside the pyramids, so spies could not sneak in to poison. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.